Hey guys, it's Fletch. Just, I think, finally got things figured out here. I'm going to do a quick little screen share though, and see, I think we're good now finally. Hey guys, it's Fletch. Yeah. Alright, sorry about that hold up, everyone. Yeah, we're good. I don't know if it's Google Hangouts or my server or whatever, but I couldn't get the video to start going, broadcasting actually. So I loaded up like 3 or 4 times and it was just stalling out on me each time. So anyway, I apologize about the hold up. Let me scroll back here a little bit and see what questions we have so far. Okay. All right, I think this question or comment by George is the first one we had today. How do y'all Fletch on a high DA70 PA75 auction? Would you recommend this for city SEO site or as a PVN? Seems like a critical point. This would be the biggest in either by far city over 1 million, area over 6 million. Yeah, Georgie. It really kind of comes down to the anchor text that you have present on that site. I know the site you're talking about. I don't want to share that publicly, but what will determine whether or not that's a good, I didn't check the backlink profile on it yet, but what will determine whether that's a good money site is kind of the percentage of branded anchor text. So if it were xyzplumbing.com, and a lot of the links that were coming to that site were XYZ Plumbing or xyzplumbing.com or http://xyzplumbing.com. Those would all be the types of links that we would like to see if we were going to try to use that site as a money site, because those branded anchors will continue to let us be able to do things with our anchor text to rank specific keywords. Whereas if they are specific keywords in your link profile, you'll actually kind of be fighting against yourself for the first little bit to overcome the strength of those links coming to it. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, Mary says she was shut out of GoDaddy. Yeah, the internet's been kind of strange all day long for me. I thought maybe it was just unique to my house or service provider or something like that. Oh, I got a crazy little message notification here. Let me see what that's all about. As always, I need to kind of jump over and check out the email situation, and I just had a message from someone, but I'm not sure where it got posted. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's not about the coaching specifically for tonight. Okay. Yeah, Jeremy says, George, that's a monster. Yeah, that's a super powerful site. Okay, Ken, is the only way to acquire expired domains through auctions and using Register Compass and the other free site. GoDaddy has expired domains for sale. There must be some connection between the two places. GoDaddy and Register Compass, please explain. Yeah, Register Compass is essentially just like a clearinghouse for expired domains. So it's not a registrar by itself, as far as I know. It just allows other registrars who are sitting on expired domains to have a place that is central for folks like us to go buy them. So I'm not sure. I would assume that GoDaddy lists all of their expired domains with Register Compass. That might not be the case, but I would assume that it is, and some of these other registrars I would think would be the exact same situation. So yeah, Register Compass is essentially just a clearinghouse for us that offers technology to sort and filter these domains by different parameters, and that's really what they are and what they do. Now this thing's going to give me all sorts of weird stuff. Yeah, so it's keeping me out of these older chats now too. Okay, if you notice in the video that we skipped over a question you guys had, if you could repost that, please. Yeah, my internet's doing something weird. Something's going on. I'm not sure what it is. Okay. All right, Ken evidently had a question about Google+. Yeah, it's kind of their social network. It's what's hooked up also with Google authorship. Paul, you couldn't be more wrong. I love you guys, and I want you to succeed and make lots of money, and then give me all the credit, because you guys are ones doing the work, and all I do is get on here and answer questions. Ha ha ha, joking around. All right, Ken, does the content of a video have any relationship to getting ranked? How does Google know what's on the video without watching it? Only indirectly, Ken. They are trying to do some stuff with transcription services. They'll be able to pull verbiage out of the content, but even so, spoken content is not the only reason a video would have value. So they will measure the content and the value of that content indirectly by looking at kind of viewing parameters. So how many people look at the YouTube video, how many people click on its thumbnail, how many people like it, how many people share it, is it syndicated across a lot of different sites, all those kinds of things. That's kind of how Google and YouTube both determine whether a video is worth ranking highly aside from its backlink profile. Okay, James, thanks, is wondering about what was happening. Yeah, again, guys, you'll be able to see exactly what I see in the video replay here in the first window, not the second pixelation down that's even more delayed. The refresh on the chat box is pretty quick, so if you wind up getting a question missed, just re-ask that, please. Thank you. Okay, Tom, have prospect who wants to rank for a large equipment manufacturer, however, all the keywords are dominated by this manufacturer on page 1. None of the local search terms provide any meaningful results with Google Keyword Planner. Any thoughts? Tom, this could be a total misconception on my part, but I think I saw a post, might have been by you, that this refers to Yanmar, who make engines specifically for boats and other small diesel configurations and things like that. Even if Google does not specifically show you results in the Google Keyword Planner for local, does not mean that people are not looking for local. And for instance, if you're in Marina del Rey and you want to buy a boat, a Yanmar boat, or a Yanmar diesel, whatever it might be, you're going to look for that likely wherever you are. I could be totally wrong, and people would just fly all over the world to buy what they want to buy in that market. That could be the case, but my kind of conception or understanding of that market, in most markets, honestly, that have to do with buying and selling, and especially with repair or dealerships or anything like that, are going to be, it's a local keyword, even if Google is trying to tell you that it's only national or without a geographic modifier. Hopefully that makes sense to you. I would go ahead and maybe put out some testers, do a video, and try to rank it locally and see how many people you actually, once you're ranked #1 for a local keyword, see how many people you actually get on that page viewing the video, and that'll give you a pretty good impression of whether or not people are doing local searches, if it's something that's going to require a lot of your resources to move forward with. Bob Ella wonder if Fletch's computer caused problems for GoDaddy auctions today. Oh, evidently, yeah, this has been a problem for a lot of people. Yeah, this is just where I'm catching up now. Here we go. All right, now you guys are at least aware that we are broadcasting live. George FF must have taken a second mortgage to get that one. Michael Case, yeah, helping out. Ken, yeah, just well, I guess you can't. Just wanted to type that in there to make sure anybody who was unable to see the video knows what to do. Okay. George is saying that David Letterman announced his retirement in 2014 or 15. So yeah, everybody's online trying to figure out what to do. The end is nigh. Brian saying, hey Fletch, I've been watching your videos in the 60 days section on your coaching page. Awesome stuff. I thought my Google search knowledge was good, but I had no idea about the all-in URL, all-in title, modifiers, great stuff. Hey, good to hear, Brian. Yeah, those are things I pull out if I really want to know a little bit more about kind of who's going after some things and how much time or attention they've given to doing keyword research and getting pages set up that are pretty well optimized for keywords they want to go after. Yeah, just it's not everything, but it does give you a little more insight, and sometimes figuring out the right market to go after kind of makes or breaks things. Michael K saying earthquakes, shootings, GoDaddy was shut down, and Letterman retiring. Definitely something wrong with the world this week. You know what? They all might be related, Michael. I'm not so sure that that the earthquake has made David Letterman think twice about deciding to duck out and get into some kind of bomb-proof shelter, and some other people react differently by shooting folks and registering new domains to make enough money to retire themselves. Brian, on expired domains, is there a big difference between Register Compass and expireddomains.net as far as what is listed? You know what, Brian? I do not know. I would say that they are both fairly comparable. I have a feeling the big difference is that the filters and just the operations of the graphic user interface, the GUI, are different between the two websites, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure. I do know that expired domains is free, whereas Register Compass is a charged service, so it's possible that Register Compass either pays to acquire lists or spends more money on their interface, or they just decide to make money on what they do, as opposed to make money some other way with expired domains. I'm not sure exactly if they have advertising on their side or what they do to pay for their service. Okay, Mary, my client's video is #1 on search for Google videos, but doesn't show up in the main search pages. More links to push it onto the first page. Yeah, I think what you're describing, Mary, is that it shows up in the YouTube search, but not on the Google search. And they actually have different algorithms. So my understanding and experience with that is that more links, more good links or bad links, or anchor text being proper, is going to push your video up in the Google rankings more than it will in the YouTube rankings. So if you're already #1 in YouTube, then yeah, pay attention to links and anchor text. Okay, Bob L, YouTube transcripts are usually gibberish. They can't get much value out of them unless they improve that a lot. Totally agree with you, Bob. I actually tried to see about whether that was going to be an option for us to get like transcripts of videos that we shoot, and it will have to come a long way. Seriously, I don't doubt at all that it will. I don't know how long it'll take, but I do know that the transcription software that I use it's on a whole other planet than it was like 4 years ago. So I would think that that's going to be happening sometime soon. Okay, Nancy C, is there any way to know specifically which links are non-equity? Say links include a WordPress link with high domain authority, which would impact the buying decision. Yet if it was non-equity, then wouldn't count in decision to buy. I'm trying to think to make sure that I don't kind of misspeak here or give you the wrong impression. I'm not sure that there are really any links that I truly don't pay attention to. Some give me kind of a +1 and others give me a -1, or 10 or, you know, whatever it might be. But I tend to pay attention to all the links. If they're spammy, I will discount the site to a degree, especially if there's a lot of them. And if they're good, I you know, put some value on that. So I don't know exactly what I would attribute dollar-wise to each good link as opposed to each bad link. But you're going to be somewhere in the ballpark of, you know, $100 give or take for, you know, PR. Oops. Put my phone on silent. You know, a couple $100 for a good PR2 site that's got, you know, good links coming to it, and then on up. You know, Mike talked about the value a little bit. Greg shot some videos on that. They're now in the PBN section. We've covered it here, but we do have some resources on valuation of PBNs. And Greg is definitely the master of that. He looks at more PBN sites to buy than anybody I know. So those videos are now in the training session, or in the training sections on right here, judging PBN prices at auctions. So Greg's got a video here that he shot just recently, and that will be something that you can watch and get some more concept of what things are going for currently. I know Mike's got a new video coming, or not video, but PDF kind of worksheet kind of thing that is going to include some of that information as well. So you can keep an eye out for that when it does come out. But those videos are live right now. You guys can check that out after the coaching today. Okay, where are we here? Okay, Michael K. When buying PBN, some domains were part of a network coming from a resources page on multiple domains. They have good PA and DA, but usually low PR. Do you buy these, or do these types of backlinks make the domain too weak? I tend not to value those very much, Michael. If many of the links that I have that would otherwise be good are on a links page or a resources page, that definitely discounts the value to me. Not only does that indicate to me that it's some kind of a, you know, paid SEO type of thing most often, but just because there's so many links on the same page, you're going to get a much lower amount of link juice, good quality link juice flowing to your site. So because of that, yeah, I tend not to pay attention to those links nearly as much as I would, you know, a contextual link coming from a good article, or somebody saying, hey, this is the resource you can use to check out more about, you know, drain unclogging in Denver or something like that. Okay, Paul F., do you know what kind of filtering is in Register Compass versus expired domains .net, i.e., what we are missing giving up if we are trying to go on the cheap at first? You know what, Paul? I could click over there. Let's we start at 5. Yeah, we're just a half hour in. Paul, I will go over and kind of do a search on expired domains once we get maybe an hour into this session, and see what is kind of popping up. I actually have never used it to buy sites. I kind of poked around on it a little bit when I was getting going, just to kind of see what it was and that. But I've only used expired domains to this point, so I would, yeah, I'd be more than happy to jump over there and see what I see, and then kind of relay that to you guys. That's not a problem at all. James, is embedding a YouTube video count as a backlink to the video? No, it does not, James. If you embed, you're using a technology called an iframe. So Google's aware those iframes exist, and it knows where that code is. So it's not a backlink per se, but Google is aware of where those are embedded. And I like to get videos embedded a lot of places. To me, it makes sense as far as a good, valuable piece of content. Google would like to see that the video is embedded on a couple different sites, but it's not a backlink per se. In as much as the HTML code is different for an iframe embed than it is for a backlink. So Google can tell the difference between those two. Is it a good idea to both embed a video on our PBN and create a backlink to the video. Yeah, as an answer to that second question, I do that. I don't do it every time, but I do it some, and I kind of mix it up a little bit. But yeah, I like to do that. That's a good, definitely a good, I guess, procedure or a thing to use as far as getting your posts indexed and getting some traffic moving around on those things. Okay, Carrie's saying on YouTube you can actually upload your own transcripts. It helps a ton in competitive areas. Carrie, that is a huge, nice little light bulb there. If any of you guys are doing good, spoken word videos, evidently what Carrie's saying is that uploading your own transcript, which will let Google then see what the actual words being used in that video are, will help you in competitive niches. So I'm actually going to make note of that. Yeah, it's something I haven't come across yet, Carrie, so thank you for that. Okay, Ken, if I need a new IP address for each site, is there a way that you organize or keep track of what IP goes with each site? Is this an issue? Yeah, Ken, I use just a spreadsheet. So each time I build a new package, the nomenclature, the words I'm using right now are related to what the terminology within something called a WHM, which is a website host manager, I think is what it stands for. They use terminology called packages. A package essentially is something you just allocate on your server, on your account, and that kind of blocks off and holds a space open for you to put a website on it. So when we build a new package, that's when we get an IP address assigned to that new website that we're going to build. So each time we allocate that package, we need to check and see what the IP address that they allocate us is, if we're using something like reseller accounts, to make sure that that IP address is not going to conflict with another site that we've built earlier. So yeah, I usually just use a spreadsheet for that is almost exactly identical to what Greg has showed us in his videos on how he keeps track of IP addresses and all that kind of thing, Michael. So yeah, I don't go over the top on that technology. I was thinking about trying to do something like that, but well, that's actually Ken, I'm sorry. I don't go over the top on technology to keep track of all that. I was thinking about doing a database application for a while, but honestly, it's just almost as easy to just use a spreadsheet and pay attention. Michael's saying, Greg mentions that too many referring domains is bad when searching an OSC. Why is that? I would imagine, Michael, that Greg is saying that because if you've got a situation where you've got 10,000 different referring domains coming back to one website, it's pretty unlikely, unless that is a really socially active website with a bunch of stuff going on. On a normal website, you're just not going to get that much attention in that fashion. So the only way that would be accomplished would be through active link building campaigns, and that's probably what Greg's talking about, just because looking at the number of referring domains would give us a good indication of whether or not some link building tool has been used on that site, in which case we really don't like to buy sites that have been heavily SEO'd, because quite frankly, we can just do that ourselves, and we can do it better and cheaper. So really the reason we're buying expired domains for PBNs is to get away from that kind of thing. Okay, George, Mary, also see if you get full views. If you buy them, partial views hurt. Yeah, it's kind of like a bounce rate type of thing, George. Yeah, good comment. Abby Hunjo in the OMG NHB Facebook group is kind of the resident YouTube views expert, and I did see that she made a post today on YouTube views and things like that. So yeah, check that out if you're interested. Okay, Paul F. There are transcription services, crowdsourced human services available for $1 to $2 per minute. Yeah, Paul, that definitely makes sense. Like I said, the software I have on my computer does a really good job, but it's also trained to recognize my voice and my accent and my speech patterns and rate and everything. So if you're just doing it yourself, Dragon, I'm finding is very good. But if you're trying to get transcriptions of other people's videos, what Paul's talking about there might be the best option. Okay, Ken, using C0Aching service and fiber, what description am I looking for? What is it that I want him to do? He has so many different ways of ranking, and some of the descriptions are not understandable to me at this point. I'm not familiar with the terminology yet. Yeah, Ken, I'm just going to go over to Fiverr real quick here, and I'm going to show you the types of gigs. I have had a couple people comment and relay to me that they were a little there we go, that they've been experiencing some kind of weird results with C0Aching service recently, and this kind of comes after the, what am I looking here? Okay. Oh, come on. How am I not signed in here? Hang on a second, guys. Let me log in. Yeah, there we go. Where's his, just do a search for it. Yeah, here's his services page. So let's have a look here. What I was kind of getting at was there were some concerns about whether or not he was varying up anchor text percentages enough to be safe after Google has recently changed its algorithm for YouTube videos and other social sites specifically. So like this one, 100 PR2 to 9, high PR backlinks, Google and YouTube friendly. That would be one that would be good. See where Queel, I wouldn't worry about that too much. 5,000 real Facebook likes. That would be a social signal. That would not be bad, but not really exactly what you're looking for. 200 high PR contextual backlinks from 100.gov and .edus. That would be fine. 500 trusted up to PR6 low OBL links. Outbound link. OBL stands for outbound link, I think. Link pyramid, don't worry about that. 100 PR1 to PR8 contextual backlinks, 10,000 blog comments. That would be kind of ideal for this, for YouTube video or other social profile site or Web 2.0 site. YouTube SEO bomb, that kind of sounds like what he intends to be able to rank YouTube videos with. I would think that would work. But when you order something like that, I might just ask him. I haven't used C0Aching service for a while. When I last used them, they were great, and I've made a lot of money with services that they provided, but I've not used them personally in a few months, actually since before the first of the year. So, you know, I've not heard confirmation from Greg that it's bad. Everything he's still said is good, but I have heard some other people in the group talking about not getting as much result as they have in the past, and that could potentially be because of anchor text. So, some keep track of. All right, that was a long-winded answer, but you know, that's something that a lot of people talk about, so I wanted to kind of cover it a little more detail there. All right, Mary, back to George. A bit baffled why Google won't take my clients. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Mary's talking about YouTube's videos not being on the first page. Right, Fletch follow-up to PBN versus money site branded anchor text is only about 5% with a ton of anchor text very similar, not branded, so is PBN a better choice? In that situation, I would say yes, George, especially if it's got, well, the strength of that site, it's probably got a lot of links, but it's probably going to make a better PBN if it's got a bunch of different anchor text kind of fighting for what that site is going to be about. Otherwise, if you looked at it and you had a money site and you were trying to set it up to rank for a certain keyword, and you had already all these links pointing at you saying that you were about whatever, and now you were saying, no, I actually want to rank for this other thing, Google's going to have a harder time understanding why those links are pointing to your site saying you're about that, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. If you want a little more dialogue on that, I'd be happy to kind of go over it with you, because it is kind of key to understanding why some sites work well as a money site and why they don't, potentially. Okay, Ken, how does a website get mobile access? It's something called responsive. It is essentially a type of redirect where the server will look at what type of browser is being used to access the site, and then point them in the right direction for the type of CSS code that is going to display the content. Where are we there? Okay, is that automatic with hosting company, or is it something that needs to be addressed when I set up the site? Yeah, so if you're talking about actually just access to the website to set it up and, change the design or add content or something like that from anywhere, that usually kind of just comes with the hosting. You'll get FTP access. They'll give you a password for that. And then you usually get, when you set up a new package, you will get access automatically to something called a cPanel. cPanel is usually where we install WordPress on the actual domain. So that usually kind of goes along with setting up and hosting a new website. If you're talking about actual kind of mobile responsive themes, that's a different matter. So yeah, ask me that a little bit more specifically. Ken, I'd be happy to kind of go over it. Okay, Artie, Mike uses vSite on Nashville SEO, but he doesn't have a menu on top. Is a menu necessary or not? Not necessarily on top, Artie. So with that site specifically, we'll go over there. I'll show you where his menu is. It's actually sitting in the sidebar once you get in. So this is his menu, and this is by definition what a silo is. So if Nashville web design is this silo, the top vertical is web design in Nashville. You see this URL structure up here. So it's got Nashville and then web design in the URL structure. So all of these pages now that are in this sidebar menu item are going to be connected or related in some way to Nashville web design. Okay, you can see here that, well, it's actually kind of a little weird. SEO company. I'm not sure the research he did on this, whether this came out of some silo building software or not. I would assume it has. But what these terms will all be are going to be related to web design. So that's what the value of a silo, which means that everything in this vertical structure, this vertical silo structure, will be related to itself, but not necessarily related to other silos directly. So we don't want to link to other silos directly. Hopefully that makes sense. I did notice there's been some posts and things of that nature from Mike and some other folks in the group about silos and about some more information on backlinking from PBN and things like that. So I would assume that they've got some more videos coming out on that. I'm not sure. If they don't, I'll just make some. But my understanding of it was that those are on the way and already under development. So, Okay. Ken, do you use any keyword tool or program other than Google Keyword Planner? Yes, I do, Ken. I use something called TLKT, which is a keyword tool put out by a company called Network Empire or ThemeZoom, and I'm very fond of it, but it does scrape and make use of Google Keyword Planner. It just adds some more things to it. And then also something called Market Samurai, which is a program that runs on your own computer, and it also uses the Google Keyword Planner but adds some more data and just presents it in a way that's more meaningful. So I use both of those keyword tools. Quick question, Scott and I were talking about this over coffee, your SEOdoc.com versus SEOcolorado.com. Feel free to chime in. Oh yeah, TJ's asking, I'm sure there'll be some dialogue on it for the two differences in URL structure there. Fletch for lead gen, how much do you build out the website? Is it just a few pages of content enough, or does it depend on the niche? All of those, Ted. So if you haven't seen my 60-day day job killer, I talk about my strategy. I don't do lead gen with just a single site. Each site generates its own leads, but I combine many sites to build out an entire niche, and then I typically will sell all the leads coming in from 5, 10, 15 different sites to the same company. They don't necessarily need to know where the leads are coming from, site specifically, or if they come from a video or wherever else. They're just willing to pay for it. Quite frankly, if I wanted to hire door knockers to go out and generate leads, they'd still be monetized the same way. I get paid when the phone rings and it's a legitimate lead. So I build as many resources as possible that make sense to me. So I use a bunch of websites, I use video, I use Web 2.0s, I use everything. Okay, kind of getting a little behind the game here, 15 minutes back. Since there's so much talk tonight about what is shop for expired domains, I mentioned that I bounce around, but often use moonzy.com because of the data display. No filters, unfortunately, but it's easy to sort and scan. That's cool, Phil. Thank you. Might check that out. Write it down. Go write that down. Moonzy.com. All right, Ken, where would you put the transcript of the video that Carrie mentioned earlier? Hopefully Carrie can mention that. That's not something I've done yet. You could put it in the description, though, Ken. That would be an easy place to put it that Google would be able to index and keep track of. You can actually create your custom transcript right on YouTube. You can type it in. So it's a separate piece of data. It's cool, James. Thank you. Philip, TJ, either name is an EMD with psychological hook. Yep, definitely good perspective there. Philip. Okay, Paul F. Regarding Ambi Hanjo's post today, she refers to fast views, slow views without explanation. Do you know what she means? So if you've got a video that you want to try to get 100 views on in 2 days, and it's kind of based on a keyword that only gets 15 searches a month, I have a feeling that that is going to be something that is looked at unfavorably by Google. I don't know if there's a hard and fast definition, but it does refer to the amount of natural traffic for a keyword or a type of video compared to how fast or how quickly those views are going to be generated. And I think as much as anything, that's what Abby's referring to. So the rate at which views are accumulated compared to the natural traffic of that niche or type of keyword. Philip, speaking of the Facebook group, it's been almost a week since Greg friended me, and I still cannot get into the Project X OMG group. I was having trouble. How long does it take? Yeah, it usually doesn't take that long, Philip. I can ask, well, other people here might be able to give you a better impression. But at this point, I might kind of, give Greg another message and just say, hey, it's I'm certainly making no excuses for anyone, not Greg, not myself, but as you can imagine, sometimes things get lost in the shuffle. So Philip, don't be at all shy about reaching out and saying, hey, get me in that group. I want to get some interaction or something like that. Not a problem. Okay, Carrie, Paul, fast views are views that go to the video all at once. 1,000 views at once. Oh, yeah. So yeah, kind of what I was talking about, but he's talking about more at when they were triggered, slow to hit throughout the day over a 38 period. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 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 Yeah. George says explanation clicks. Oh yeah, talking about money site versus PBN on that. Yep. So yeah, that'll be able to guide you, George, in looking at the rest of your domain. Sometimes you just happen to find one that's like like KLKS, for Greg. Most of those powerful views came in as KLKS. So he was able to repurpose that size of money site. And that's why he didn't have to fight against a bunch of anchor text to tell Google what his site was about. Okay, Ken, how do you know if people can access my website from mobile? Does that come automatically when I set up my site in WordPress? It can, Ken. It's dependent upon your theme. And one of the reasons I really like to use Genesis and Dynamic is that responsive is worked into that. Oh, actually, see Mike's on. Mike's the huge, resource and specialist in web design within the group, and part of a program he recently put out along with Clinton Dixon talks about that. I'm sure Mike actually might be chiming in a little bit more about responsive and how that works. But it's dependent upon the theme that you use within WordPress. WordPress by itself is not responsive, meaning it doesn't change the way it looks depending on whether you're mobile or not, or you have a different size screen, essentially. But the themes can tell it to do certain things, load different kind of CSS codes and things like that. I could be misrepresenting the technological terms, but hopefully you get the impression I'm trying to put out there. All right, SJ, do you have a general rule of thumb when it comes to determining if my conversion issue is due to not having enough traffic or my sales copy? For instance, should I expect to have at least one sale per 100 visitors? I'm getting a small amount of traffic to my site, but no conversions yet. Okay, it depends on where the traffic's coming from, SJ. And the easiest way to describe the way I would look at that, I guess, would be to determine whether the people coming to your site are looking to buy something or if they're looking for information. If they're looking to buy, if they have typed in P90X versus Insanity, and they want to find the best one because they're getting ready to buy it. You have 100 people on your site, nobody bought. I would look at your sales copy. Those are people coming to your website with buyer's intent. If they are looking for information, education, what's the best way to sweep the floor or something like that. That's probably something they just want to get some information. They want to go do it themselves. So even if you've got a book there that costs $3.99 on Kindle that says, the 7 best ways to clean the floor in your house, you might get 1,000 people on that website before one of them spent $3.99 to learn how to sweep the floor. So it really does depend on the type of traffic you're getting, what they're expecting to see when they come to your website, and really kind of the mindset or the frame that they're in when they land on your page. So, King Clugs, you said PLKT, Network Empire Theme Zoom Market. Oh yeah, I'm sure some people. Yeah, Mike's helping out. TLKT, Network Empire Market Samurai was the other. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Kea, how to build a national lead gen site? That is the golden question. I'm kind of working on a couple that are statewide. I go after national lead gen, but I do it with multiple sites. So I would actually put a slash between national lead gen and site from what I do. Now, I'm not saying you can't do it, and actually some other people might be much better at me than, at that type of approach. Jimmy Kelly might be one. I know he does a lot with CPA, which is essentially lead generation for a third-party company. But what it will come down to is essentially how big a site you have, how much resource you have, and how many good links you can afford to put toward it. Because in a situation nationally, you are going to be competing with many people in specific geographic locations that are trying to generate leads themselves and might have an entire site that is better set up and suited to ranking for a set of keywords locally. Paul's saying to go ahead and friend Mike, Greg, as opposed to Greg, for joining the group. Okay. Bob L, regarding transcripts, on longer videos, 3 to 5 minutes, you can actually upload a transcript to the transcript section and replace YouTube gibberish. Very cool. Cool. George SF, cool. Got an old radio URL lately. That may be my money site then. Ooh, cool. Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. You know, thinking about what the anchor text would likely be on a site like that, I would think that would be definitely kind of suited toward money sites. Okay, Carrie, YouTube Video Manager, edit video, captions, add captions, upload a file. This will get you to the area to upload a transcript. You do not need to have it time-stamped. Okay. Yeah, if you guys, well, I don't know if it even shows up. If I go to my YouTube channel, any of these videos that I have. So if anybody didn't know, the videos that I run my coaching session for are Google Hangouts. Let's go start playing. Where is, most of the time my transcript is up here. It may only show if I'm not logged in. So, oh, this is to add captions. Yeah, I'd have to log out because usually where it shows the transcript is on the side of the video right here. I won't take the time to do that. Let's go ahead. Pause that. Kill that one. It's Fiverr. Okay, here we are again. All right, Paul. I would think a National Lead Gen site would be really well served by siloing all our Network Empire's bigger tools. Yeah, you could definitely do that, Paul. I'm a big fan of Network Empire. I'm a member over there. That's the only other thing I listen to SEO-wise. But at the same time, we really, really, really want to focus and hammer on folks to get to the point where they understand what SEO is before they go kind of trying to expand on things that they're not doing successfully yet. Yeah, I'm sure Mike can attest to it. TJ in here has been over on Network Empire side, I know as well, specifically. And you can get kind of carried away in the immensity of tools or mindsets or whatever else, and without understanding really the basics of getting of how a PBN works, of how anchor text works, of determining what the value of these different types of links are, you'll wind up just having so much information that it's almost impossible to take action, and that's actually the opposite result of what we want. So I would strongly suggest that unless you are really, really doing well already with OMG, that you really focus just on what we teach and what we do here. Because you quite frankly do not need anything else to make a couple $100,000 a year. And I don't know anybody in the group who would not be pleased with the transformation of buying a $5,000 product and getting to $200,000 a year. And there's nothing else that you need. I can promise you that. There's nothing else you need to get to that level. Now, if you want to wind up, building a, full-on online, domination type network or empire, of course, that's the name of their company, then, that would be maybe the next logical place to look. But until that point, really just focus on what we do and do it. It'll make the most sense for you to go that route. So, okay. Oh, Mike, second that Fletch one shouldn't get on with Network Empire until one has mastered OMG. Oh, yeah, I'm glad to hear you said that. I figured you would. Most people I've talked to that have experienced both, some actually have gone over to Network Empire and then said, too much too soon kind of thing, and then refocused on what we do in OMG. I think that's a fairly common experience. Certainly nothing against Network Empire because their stuff is amazing, but it's a lot to digest, especially if you haven't really mastered what we do yet. So, Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up expired domains. And you'll probably have to bear with me a little bit because this is something I do not use. But I do want to kind of see what the filters are here and what shows up compared to register compass. So let's show filter here. Yeah, we're going to leave these alone. These would be if you're looking for something in the actual URL structure itself. DMOZ entry, we don't need that. Only with Alexa rank, don't need that. Only new, last 24 hours, don't need that. No fake PRs, no unsure PRs, no page rank. -1. No numbers, no characters. So this would be kind of interesting. If you don't want numbers, as you guys have probably experienced, there are a lot of situations where these Asian sites will be like a number, a 5 or 6 digit number, .com or .net or whatever. More often than not, those sites are typically kind of gibberish and just kind of spammy. So you could actually, this is a filter I don't think exists within Register Compass that I know of. No characters. So if you wanted only numbers, you could do that. And if you wanted something that didn't have a hyphen, so like this first result here, mish-lokj-god, G-H-O-D, that would eliminate that. But trying to set this up to get the exact same results as expired domains, I would leave all those alone. Max length, you can set the max length if you only want to look at, you know, PR4 or like 4 character. Let's go with these will be only short domains. Okay. Oh, that's max length. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, max length would be that. Let's only look for kind of the top level domains here. .de, I would imagine this may be a German site, the service. So let's just do a filter here and see what comes up. So as you can see here, these are all shorter domains. So this would be a great way to kind of filter for that. But as you can kind of tell, unless I missed a certain function of the filter, then free member area. Oh, maybe I'm not. A lot more filters and a lot more features. I was logged in here. Yeah. I don't want to get news. No, thank you. Come on. Yeah, so this will be for, well, I was going to go and look and see what this is about, but this is becoming frustrating here. We go back home and see if I just tried to put in the wrong login here. There you go. Okay, yeah, this is what I remember. So this is a different interface. So if you set up a free account, you get essentially this interface when you've logged in to expired domains. Let me poke around here and see what we have. Deleted domains, deleted .coms. Yeah, this is all sorts of different stuff. It has been forever since I was on this. So let's have a look at the filter here. Yeah, so essentially we have the same one, same filters. Yeah, so this doesn't really offer you anything other than what we were looking at. It does add like Quantcast, and things are new within the last certain amount of time. Okay, so it's the same PR stuff. Max length, let's just set that to like 7, so it'll be short. Domains per page, let's up that to 50. And yeah, I don't see anything for indexing. I don't see anything for age. I don't see anything for domain authority. Yep. So those are going to be totally different filters than I typically use within Register Compass. So, but there might still be some very good. I'm gonna have to learn global monthly searches. I don't even know what these cost per click. Cause external links. So this is the age, right? Birth year. Yeah. So this is the first time the site was registered. So yeah, we can search by the oldest. Yeah, 101 gay, probably would avoid that unless you have a certain use for it. ISDN 1. Yeah, so that might be a site that we want to look at. See where it's going for. It's dropped 27 days ago. It's available. What's this? Domain authority. All right, so 15. So it's kind of low. Page authority, I assume. Yeah, page authority. SSMR, subdomain Moz rank. So it's probably www dot. And then what's this? Represents a link popularity score. Okay, yeah, those are going to be things that are like trust authority and all that kind of thing. So essentially, it's quite different. You can probably get good sites here, but I'm not going to sit here and do a coaching session where you guys watch me learn how to use a software. It turns out I didn't realize that the filters were that different than Register Compass. Register Compass definitely, to me, looking at this now live with you guys, is definitely worth the money by leaps and bounds. It's going to save you a ton of time finding those right domains. So don't have to use it, but it will definitely save you time if you need it. So all right, where are we here? All right, I've been jabbering on for a while. Where are we? Okay, Janet, ever heard of this anywhere else? Michael K, how can you tell if domain has been penalized before you buy it? So there's a bunch of different types of penalties, filter penalties and things of that nature. My understanding of it is that some of them are site-wide, some of them are keyword specific, some of them have to do with types of links, some of them have to do with the anchor text, some of them have to do with on-site content, things of that nature. I am certainly by no means an expert in webmaster tools, and to my knowledge, that is the only place that you can get definitive answers to whether or not a site has been penalized. I could be wrong, and I may just not know, but that's the only place I know of that you can get that stuff. So, all right, TJ Network Empire is an immense cave into which you can enter. We certainly have enough food and water as you find a way out. Once you have mastered an HTTP, dive in, but not before. Enter your own peril. All right, Philip, if you have a free membership at expired domains, then you get more filters. The main thing is there is no domain authority filter. Okay, gotcha. Cool. All right, Carrie, thanks for being on. All right, Kay, I've had a site, I've had one PR4, one PR3 going to it, and only those. Would you get it, and what would be the maximum amount you pay for it? Also, DA is 25, over 25. With only 2 links, it's actually a decent domain authority for 2 links, even though they're reasonable page rank. I would probably not, Kaya, unless you just, you can get it for 15 bucks or something. I wouldn't pay more than $20 for something like that. But at 20 bucks, if that's legitimate and it's a clean site, and it's got that domain authority based on just those 2 links, it might be worth it. You could rank some local sites without too much trouble. With a domain authority of 25. Yeah, Mike saying nothing like doing it live. Yeah, it's always fun to work without the net, so to speak. Indexing and age is on a different tab. Oh, yeah, Mike's helping me out on that. So, yeah, there's evidently different tabs here for the filter situation to figure out what I need to look at. That's there. You need to look under the other tabs. Yeah, Paul's helping me out too. can also filter out words you don't want. Okay, so you can have like stop words within this. So if you want to leave out sex or gay or triple X or whatever it might be, boobs, you know, you can exclude those so that those adult theme sites don't pop up, or you know, money, you know, make money online kind of sites don't pop up and things like that. Right, Michael K, is there a way to ask questions about the PBN sniper that Chris gave us? I was just wondering if there was another tutorial video. Ooh, I don't know, Michael. You could always just ask Chris. I mean, he's in the group. He's one of the OMGers. I don't know what his resources for training are on that, what his full resources are. It was something I became aware of and had a look through and used for a little bit several months ago. I can't even remember when it was. It was right after the OMG Live event, actually, so that was half a year ago. I don't know if he's developed more since then. I know he has to have, because there's been a new version of that release that you guys now have access to. So, all right, Bob L., what does dropped mean regarding expired domains? Dropped is when it was no longer owned, essentially, or the rights to it were no longer secured by a private third party. So it then becomes the option of the registrar to auction it off. So the dropped date will be when their year or 2 years worth of registration expired. George SF says, oh, it was me. Good. Yeah, Paul's saying that PBN Sniper has its own tutorials. James is helping out with the filters. Yeah, kind of catching up there. All right. Philip says, Fletch, I agree about paying the money for Register Compass after using about 6 different methods and sites. Using the free PBN Sniper, I have to say that RC saves so much time. Yeah, that, you know, it's honestly what I have used 80% of the time at least, looking for my expired domains, or even expired money sites. Well, expired domains for either money sites or my PBN. Sorry about that. It's kind of confusing, but it really shows you what you need to look for, and saves a bunch of time. So you still have to kind of go through and check the actual site out. And, certainly, if it's worth a lot of money, it's worth, you know, going through the top 20 links and making sure those links are still on the pages that they say they're supposed to be on, and that it wasn't used for some kind of weird nefarious purpose in the past. But other than that, it should be in good shape. If it shows up to having valuable links still pointing to it that have been in place for a while. All right. 1 week new to OMG. All right, welcome. Thank you. Glad you're on today. Thinking on doing affiliate stuff or CPA. What are your thoughts about this? Thanks, already studying. So honestly, affiliate and CPA, the biggest difference with those two, in my way of thinking, is that with affiliate, you're going to get paid if somebody buys. With CPA, you're going to get paid if somebody offers information or clicks on a link or fills out a form that says contact me on something else. So there's kind of usually a lower threshold to action with a CPA offer. Honestly, the biggest difference between those two is going to be how you set your site up, what your calls to action are going to be, and really kind of your positioning. They're both selling somebody else's stuff, getting somebody on your site and converting them to take action. I honestly wouldn't look at those two as the difference between those two as the primary driver in your decision. What I would do is really find something you're interested in or passionate about, or you have a history or experience with. That will give you the most insight into kind of psychology, into keywords, into the types of products, into related products. Because as Mike has said, I'm talking about Mike Long, Mike Hayden probably would attest to it as well, but there is a ton of money to be made in one niche if you become a specialist at it. I'm continuing actually to evolve in that direction. I more and more every day tend to gravitate toward construction and home services and maintenance types of companies, doing lead generation for them. It lets me command a higher rate. I can, speak to them effectively about not only their business but about what I do with online marketing and lead generation. So it's a good question to have when you're figuring out exactly how you're going to monetize a site, and I would definitely do that before you really get too far down the road. Figure out how you're going to make money with that site. But even before that, I would figure out what you're interested in and what you really want to kind of pour a lot of effort into, because there are very few niches I know of that you can't make money with. And that being said, why not be working on something you have experience with, or that you've already invested a bunch in yourself and your knowledge, your own personal experience, your own stories that you can tell, and just make money with that. Just continue to build off of what you were doing before you got into OMG. That's really what I did. That's why when I got these tools, I was able to just apply them to what I was already doing, and kind of skyrocket my earnings and my lifestyle and everything else. Some people might be like, I am totally done with cell phones, or I'm totally done with healthcare, or whatever they might have been in before. I get that, but if that's the situation, then you're going to need to build up some sort of reserve of resources that you'll be able to pour into a situation like this. That was kind of my little rant on picking a niche and figuring out ways to monetize it. All right, Paul, when you were in expired domains, you were looking at deleted domains. We want deleted domains for our PBN are just expired. Their terminology might be, you know what, honestly, Paul, I'm not sure what their terminology is there. I assume that deleted is the same as expired. They call it deleted here, but I could be wrong. And if I am, please set me straight. Anybody who's in here, it sounds like Mike and a couple other guys have used expired domains more than I have. So I don't see another way to do like expired here. So I would assume that that's just their terminology for it. All right. Brian, if PBN Sniper is available to OMGers, where does one download it? I don't know. Have a look. I'll go poke around the members area to find it. Link juice keepers there. Match tips for building. Site finder download. Not sure if that's it or not. Let me see what the domain finder. I can't remember what that exact. I'm on a Mac, so I can't run the software anyway to see exactly what it is. That might be it right there. If not, do a search in the Facebook group if somebody doesn't offer where that exactly is, and look for Chris Morris's post, or I think actually the last post I saw was a post from Michael Long about Chris Morris and PBN Sniper, or something about Sniper. You'll be able to find probably some discussion on it and where you can find that. Okay. All right, that was the one I just read. How do you utilize Web 2.0 and SEO Moz to rank your sites? Thanks. Okay, so SEO Moz. So Moz, I use Open Site Explorer, TDL, to measure not only the relative value and power of expired domains that I'm going to buy. So I use Open Site Explorer to figure out if it's a good site that I want to buy and set up as a PBN, and to know how much link juice it's going to pass once I have it set up and running properly. But you can also use Open Site Explorer to look at your competition and see how much competition you're up against and what they're doing with their anchor text, or where they're getting their links, or whatever it might be. So you can use it in two different ways. And then Web 2.0s, you have two different routes with that as well. You can, one, set a Web 2.0 property up and use it as a place you can point a backlink from, going back to your money site. But you can also set a Web 2.0 property up and then shoot something like GSA links toward it, or use a Fiverr gig like Seawork service like we talked about earlier to actually try to rank this site. And you can do both of those. That's totally fine too. So there's a couple uses for Web 2.0 properties. One is to rank them. The other is to point a backlink from them back to our money site. You can actually do both at the same time, not a problem. And SEO Moz, Open Site Explorer, you can use that to not only determine the power of an expired domain, but also to look at your competition and what they're doing. All right, Brian, go to the Project X homepage. You can find updates for March 16th. Oh, perfect, Paul. Thank you very much. Expires on the other domains. Okay. Brian, it's on the main page, March 16th, halfway down. Cool, cool. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Got the link. Thanks, guys. All right, expired domains is under the other tab. Okay. You just have to look at the particular auction you're after. So I'm learning things all day long, which goes to show you that you can make a lot of money with SEO without knowing everything. You just have to know enough to be effective and then take action on it. So keep that in. That's your money-making lesson for the day. You don't have to be the best at everything or know everything to get started and to make a lot of money with it. Brian says, I'm a Mac guy too, so that is a no-go for me. Yeah, you can set a lot of those up on a virtual private server if you have it running, if you want to, Brian. That was what I did when I got those and got them set up, just to see what they did and how they worked. I had a virtual private server set up for Magic Submitter at the time that I installed those on and had a look at them. So, all right, Mike Hayden says deleted domain is for domains that are freely available to register in the same way as a new domain. Okay, very cool. So that's going to be a different type of price point, most likely. That's what Mike's saying there. Hey, Mike, so I want expired for my PBN, right? Backlinking, are you just doing PBNs or are you using Web 2.0s as part of your backlinking strategy? I am incorporating Web 2.0s, Mike. Not as extensively by any stretch of the imagination as PBNs, but I am starting to mix those in. You know, along the lines of some of the stuff we learned at OMG Live, I am playing around with that and having good results, but mixed results. I'm still trying to figure out the best way to utilize those. And it seems like kind of the difference is figuring out what mix of trying to rank the Web 2.0 and trying to pass along link juice to my money site is. You know, if you want to set a Web 2.0 up just to rank, it's pretty easy to do that. But if you want it to rank and pass link juice to your money site, that's kind of the point I'm kind of trying to figure out as far as what's the best there. I need to reach out to Jimmy, see what his thoughts are on that whole domain authority thing. I'm trying to build a Death Star. I'm using PBNs to link to my money sites. Okay. Oh, this is extension of earlier comments, so I want to go with expired. Yeah. Yeah, Paul, you do for PBN building. The deleted, the thing is, these backlinks stay in place. They are not, you know, ever. There's no definitive time when a link goes away and Google says, oh, it's no longer there, no longer valid. It kind of depends on a lot of different things. So there are people who actually buy what would be a deleted domain, meaning that anybody's free to register it without auction, or, you know, they can pick it up from a registrar, and it still has links in place. You know, that happens, and Greg talks about it as something you want to kind of do your due diligence. If you're trying to get an EMD, that is a very common term, and it shows up, oh, it's available. Well, that's awesome, but it might be because it was deleted already. And there are still links in place that Google are going to count and pay attention to once you start to build that site back up. Philip says, if you're a Mac guy, you're from Scotland. No, I am not. Well, I am, but it's not, has nothing to do with Mac. And only part of my people are from there once upon a time. All right, George SF, Mike Hayden, Mike Long had Jimmy Kelly talking about using Web 2.0s to get rankings. Yeah, that's some of the same information that we got at the live event last fall. Jimmy has some really killer SEO insight. He does crazy cool testing, and he understands things at really a very technical and fundamental level that lets him really analyze what's going on and how things are affecting one another. And yeah, Web 2.0s are kind of one of these really neat resources that we can definitely make use of, but again, not my specialty, something I'm beginning to get more and more into. But again, don't think you've got to know how to use everything before you just start crushing it. You know, quite frankly, you could probably make $10,000 a month running GSA campaigns, you know, and ranking videos. That's certainly well within the realm of reason. So, and that's not specifically you, George, just for everybody. Don't think you have to know everything. It's good to continue to learn and understand how things fit together, but you know, don't like, oh, Web 2s, I don't know that, I better not buy PBNs yet, you know, kind of thing. Don't do that. So, all right, what would be the best advice for newbies like me? Really go through the training enough to kind of understand what we do, especially with the use of and purchase of expired domains for our PBN. Really, that Death Star is going to be the driving force for the money you can make within SEO for the foreseeable future. It's going to be a huge key to ranking. And the quicker and more, the quicker and deeper your understanding of why those expired domains are valuable and how to determine the value of them and buy them and get them set up, that's going to be your biggest fast forward moment. You can do that without having any idea of what you want to rank for, without any idea of your niche, without any idea of anything, really. Those expired domains can be used pretty much across the board to rank videos, to rank Web 2.0 properties, to rank regular EMD sites that we buy and set up. So start to, if you've already gone through the training and you feel good about that, you want to start kind of jumping into Register Compass and buying sites, that would be my recommendation. If you are still learning, you know, a weekend, I would say you still want to go through those videos that Greg does. I'll show you exactly where they are. There's this whole section, SEO supremacy, is about PBNs and figuring out what they're worth, how to buy them, how to set them up, all that kind of thing. Okay, so these first two videos are recent additions, and then the ones after that are kind of a little more, I won't say historical, but they are very fundamental in understanding how the filters work, finding them, judging them, looking at the PR of sites, pointing back to them, what we need to do to determine whether they're going to be reasonable money sites to set up or whether we need to use them as a PBN, things of that nature. So this whole section is about expired domains, and I would definitely spend a lot of time on that. After that, I would figure out your niche and what you're going to do to monetize your sites. Those would be the first two steps, kind of fundamental steps to getting going and getting started. All right, with deleted, don't you lose domain age? You kind of lose it anyway, Paul. And domain age is, it's kind of one of those weird things, like I've talked about in the past. It doesn't really reset, but it doesn't really, you know, stay the exact same owner and, you know, point back to having been in operation continuously with one owner since 1997. So it's going to be kind of a hybrid anyway at best. All right, George, with deleted, folks might want to be aware of penalized URL or spammy links. The juicier the domain name, the more research is required. Great point and great addition on that discussion there, George. You know, if you've got a deleted domain, there's likely a reason somebody let it expire and just go away, and nobody else bought it. It went through the entire, likely it went through the entire process of going to auction and nobody picked it up. So, Philip's saying, tell me more about 10,000 a month with videos only. I actually went through when I was getting going with this and I was trying to learn how to rank videos. This was last year, and I did a kind of a little bit of research on topics, keywords essentially, that somebody I I could reasonably see somebody only looking for the first result in Google and using that to determine who they were going to call and buy from. And a lot of those situations come down to emergency niches. Whether you need an emergency plumber, a tow truck is a huge one. And there are tow truck companies that are regional that would die for everybody who has a breakdown or needs a tow truck to call them. You can get usually $75 per call on something like that because they're going to convert it 100%. And a tow truck is going to make that much money or more off of not only getting somebody to and from where they need to go, but any situation where they might be able to pick up a new customer to go tow cars off of a lot. If it's a bar, sometimes bars will go and contract a tow truck company to tow every car out of their lot after 4 a.m. in the morning. So there are some niches that you can get into, and I'll let you kind of use your imagination, but those are some lines to think along, where a video is a very reasonable thing for a person to make a decision based on. Other times they want more information, they want to have a better impression of what goes on, and a video can be a great way to get people to your site. But there are also some niches that somebody just wants a reasonable person to answer the phone and say, yeah, I can come fix that for you. And think about emergency niches or things that you need done in a hurry. Emergency vets, emergency rooms, kind of emergency anything. So yeah, you can easily make $10,000 a month with those niches. You just have to go out and get the clients lined up and get enough traffic to those videos to make them generate that kind of traffic and conversion. Okay, George, I think I wasted too much trying to understand it all. Should have just started bidding after buying domain videos, or after buying domain videos and watching videos to make progress. Yeah, the thing is that you are. TJ's talking about pain, referring likely to emergency stuff. You can go through and learn all this, and you can be an expert, and you could probably sit at a table and tell me all the things that I might not know, or that I don't have the proper technical verbiage about, or that I may not have thought about the connection between, or not know how to explain the connection between. But that's not going to necessarily help you make money. And I assume that's why everybody's here, to make money and to change the way you go through life. So, this goes back to law of implication. This goes back to everything that Mike talks about, really focusing on, keeping the main thing the main thing. And the reason that we really harp on that is because it's very easy to get distracted with the amount of information that's available here and think that you have to know it all before you can take a first step. So go through and figure it out, but you don't have to know everything to be very, very, very successful with this. And quite frankly, there is probably a point where this is not an exponential curve where the more you know, the more you earn. Very likely is a situation where at a certain point, the more you know, the less you will earn, because you spent so much time learning it and figuring it out that you don't have time to earn the money, and you're going to start to create situations where you're going to have so much information to wade through when making a decision that you won't be able to make a decision. So that's kind of my cautionary note kind of toward the end of this session. So yeah, we're about an hour and a half in, so we'll go ahead and answer these last few questions here, and then we'll wrap up the session for the night, guys. Okay, Quick Start V-Book explains that pretty well. Awesome, awesome. A great thinking emergency proctologist. You know what, Philip, if I needed one and I looked in Google, I would probably not take the time to go to the second result. So yeah, emergency kind of anything would be pretty meaningful. Philip, you can go to Yellow Pages online, see videos with 1 or 2 views in a year. These companies pay a fortune each month. Philip, you bet your butt. SJ, would you get enough consistent leads from ranking videos via GSA to sustain a business? Please explain. You could, SJ. It just depends on the niche, depends on the keywords, depends on how valuable those keywords are. If some manufacturing company had a piece of equipment go down, and every day that machinery was down, it cost them $10,000. If you were a repair company that could come out and fix that in a day, you could likely charge $20,000 for that repair. It just depends on the lead, the type of work that's going to be done, and the competition for it, the conversion percentage, and all that kind of thing. So the higher conversion percentage, higher the value, the more you can charge for all that kind of thing. Philip, emergency proctologist. Yeah, we've gotten totally derailed, and I think it's all because of Philip's little proctologist comment. Good grief, you guys. Come on. I'm totally just joking. All right. Yeah, money's a good thing. You guys are cracking me up. All right, George, totally agree to what David just said. His new MP3, bought some $10 mains just for the practice. An analysis, purchasing, PBN setup, helped my confidence. Great. Yeah, I need to check that MP3 out. I heard about it yesterday on Mike's Money Getting Webby, and I definitely want to go check that out. So, cool. Mike Hayden says, "I flipped that section on knowing more and information paralysis made this whole coaching session worthwhile for me, over and above your awesomeness." Thanks, mate. Mike, you always make me feel good. Please come on all of my coaching sessions, and I'll try to deliver some nice little tidbit for you. Always great to have you on, but you're definitely a resource in a lot of different ways for OMG. But if nothing else, I value your insight and your friendship. So I'm glad I got a chance to meet you at OMG Live, and I look forward to next time for sure. Ditto Paul, and by the way, I love the pictures you've got of your kiddo and the computer and all that kind of cool stuff. That is definitely up my alley, as you probably know, being a new dad myself. So Paul F, ditto Paul O, thanks for the sentiments, but morning, but oh no, but I am the only one that matters. All right, you guys can continue your proctologist discussion as long as you'd like. The chat box stays open, but I'm going to check out because I got to go get some supper. And aside from that, thank everybody for being on and your comments and questions and everything else. We've got another coaching session scheduled for Sunday. Potential for it to get rescheduled, move around a little bit, but I will give everybody a heads up and let people know as best I can, not only in the OMG Machines membership area, but also the Google Plus announcements that I try to make. I may try to do some stuff with email, but that kind of gets weird too, and it just, the best place to check is always going to be that OMG Machines membership area. So otherwise, I will plan on seeing you guys then. Definitely keep moving forward and making money, guys. Definitely, that's going to be what will keep people moving forward. Just continue to take action, and evolve your knowledge and what you've accomplished a little bit each day, and you'll get there. So, all right, Kaya, Bob L, awesome. Picks my son are also part of my devious domain authority stack. Now, you know what? I never would have suspected that, Mike. You have to go and ruin it with being cool and making money at the same time. That's just horrible, horrible, horrible. All right, cool, buddy. Man, TJ and his good old chili. I also do a video series on focus and motivation. You're a great speaker. Oh, thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. Yeah. Plus announcements don't seem to be coming through. Yeah, Paul, it's kind of a weird thing. The only email access I have for everybody and way to identify them in Google Plus is the email they signed up under for OMG. So sometimes those emails are not the ones most people use. So the announcements will come through should come through on your Google Plus feed, if I'm not mistaken, if my testing shows me what I think I'm looking at. But I could be wrong. I can't actually make an event and invite people to it because we have over the limit. Right now, Google has a pretty strict limit on the top end of that. So, James says momentum's building. That's when the wave gets ready to, really pick up power, make a lot of doing. Philip says, "Yeah, the dark alley. See, you can't get away from it, dude. This is your talent, I think. Derailment." All right, guys. I'm gonna wrap it up. Thanks again. We'll talk to you all soon. Take care. Okay, I think we're broadcasting now. We're going to go ahead and do a screen share over to our coaching environment so that we can get a replay of the questions. And then I'm going to go ahead and get a Camtasia backup started as well. And then we'll get going. Okay. That looks good. I've got the video playing, so if you guys have good sound, give me a 1 for sounds good. Okay, I think we're broadcasting now. My sound sounds good, so I'm going to go assume that everything's on the right track. All right, let's see where we are here. All right, fill up. Regarding your email, we may get into that a little bit. It kind of has to do with how much we flesh out our PBNs. That was the latest email I got from you, Philip, if I'm not mistaken. So we may talk a little bit more about that today, because it's a topic that I assume most people here are definitely kind of in the middle of, as far as how much work they put into their PBNs and how they use them and things like that. So definitely relevant to a lot of people. Mick, yeah, Mick, I got your email. Regarding that, it might be easier, just because domain name and things like that, to do a couple emails back and forth. I've checked it out, and I kind of need some more information from you as far as your vision for the site and what you want to do with it, and then I can maybe give you some ideas, or I guess a different perspective on things, depending on what you really want to do with that, as far as whether you want to rank it up or lease it to a company, or generate CPA leads, or what you want to do there. So I did notice it's nationwide, and there are some opportunities you have in that market with a nationwide site. So we'll converse after the session today a little bit, or tomorrow, and figure some things out for you there. Glenn, new learning approach with an Ultra tonight. I wonder if is it a Michelob Ultra, Glenn, or is this some other type of Ultra we're talking about? Just joking around. Paul F, no video window at all on my page. It may have been about when I was reloading the code. Paul, make sure to let everybody know in the chat box here that we are live. Typically, for those of you on, if you haven't figured it out yet, the pages I create for each session are kind of a replication of last session. Essentially what I do is just copy them across and create a new page, and then about 10 or 15 minutes before each session, I post the new video code from the Google Hangout in this page. So if you log on early for whatever reason, it's not a problem, but you'll need to refresh the page after I get the new video code loaded. So there's times that might be an issue if you forget to do that, or if you're unaware of that part. All right, let's get our learn on. Make sure I haven't started yet. Refresh and play. Yep. I had a couple people who were trying to get in. Let me just check my email real quick and see if they were able to. Haven't heard anything back yet. Okay. Keep going on questions here. Just double checking everything's good. Yeah, we should be good. All right, Steven. Fletch, I have a Bluehost account with my main site that I started out with, and I have a DUI attorney site, a roofing site, and one other one on there. Is it just time to get a Host9 or similar account? I haven't scored any big LLC gigs yet, and try and conserve resources until I need it. Yeah, to be safe, I would, Steven. I know it's an added expense, but if whatever happened and you wound up losing all three of those sites, or the ranking on all three of those sites, it would definitely be much worse than the $24 a month or whatever that you have to spend on getting a Host9 reseller account set up. And the other thing is, too, I know you're kind of getting up and scaled out and things like that. there'll be a little bit of a learning curve on getting one of those SEO hosting accounts set up, and it will, you know, be another thing you need to learn, but it's a good thing. It definitely gets you more in tune with what we're talking about and how private name servers work, IP addresses work, and all that kind of thing. I know just from personal experience that there are things that I almost kind of tried to avoid just because they were a little confusing to me, being new to online marketing. And if I put them off for too long, it almost became like this weird roadblock. And as soon as I engaged in learning what they were really about and tackling them head on, it opened up a lot of opportunity for me. So I would suggest at this point, you know, you're, you know, month or two in, I would definitely look at getting some kind of SEO hosting set up. And the most affordable I know of is Host9. So, yeah, grab a reseller account on there and make that work. James, glad to have you on. Dan's on too. Paul, cool. Sylvia. Janet says, sounds good. Nick's getting me a 1. April 1st, April Fool's Day. It's hard to be on Facebook on April Fool's Day because you don't know what's serious and what's not. It is wild, though, that we're already in the month of April. It's just crazy to me. We will have, this is kind of just a heads up. I know a lot of people, you know, just by name that are on here are fairly regular on my office hours. Over the next couple of weeks, I may kind of move my hours around a little bit. I'll give everybody a heads up. But I wanted to kind of put the word out that if you have not connected with me on Google+, that's the easiest way for me to communicate with people. I thought, well, I'm still considering and trying to put together an email list for these coaching sessions as well, but I'm not sure if that's going to work out. So for now, Google+ is what I have access to for quick notifications, and then the news feed will always give us the best kind of common ground to work from as far as office hours and things like that go. But I do know for sure that I will be rescheduling Easter Sunday. I will not be holding a session on Easter Sunday, so I will likely move that to the Monday following, which I think is like the 21st or something like that. So just kind of a forewarning on that kind of thing. George says I've gone gray. Yeah, I did that black and white thing, and well, I guess I could turn it off, but I don't know. It looks interesting. Gets people's attention. All right, Bob L. When you do Web 2.0 properties for ranking, do you use your own identity or a pseudonym? I assume what you're talking about is like a Facebook profile or maybe a Google Plus or Twitter or something like that. Kind of depends, Bob. I've got a few niches that are me, that definitely are a representation of who I really am and what I care about, and you know, are based on either what I do now, which is online marketing and coaching and SEO, or kind of my previous life, which was general contracting, home improvement stuff. Those are all still based on Joshua Fletcher, and I keep those as myself. Beyond that, if I'm setting something up for like chiropractor niches, I actually use my buddy's profile because he's been to a lot of chiropractors. I'm currently working with another chiropractor that I'll get set up for him. So it just kind of depends. If it really fits with who you are and what you want to represent in your market, if you want to brand yourself and get yourself out there as an expert, do that and go with it. I fully think that is the best way to make really big money. But if you're just setting up a bunch of affiliate sites and you want to make some good money on them and don't want to really put yourself into them that much, just create a pseudonym. It's probably just as easy, and it gives you the possibility of creating a lot more real estate, I guess, online in different niches without, you know, having some weird kind of, you know, competing topics, I guess you could say, where Google might look at you not as favorably if you claim to be an expert on being a chiropractor, as well as a fishing guide, as well as a DUI attorney. So just kind of think about that and keep those lines established in a way that makes sense and would make sense to Google or anybody else that was looking at your profile to see what it's associated to. That would be my recommendation. Okay, James, can the www version of a domain be de-indexed while the non-www version shows up as indexed? Yes. I'll see where this question goes from here. I've run across several that look like this is the case. Sweet Medicine Music. British Compass Filter says indexed, but manual check shows www is not. Yeah. Google actually indexes pages and not entire domains or URLs. Well, URLs are the specific page. So it indexes URLs and not entire domains. So you can actually have certain pages that are indexed and other pages that are not, James. It doesn't mean that there's necessarily a problem with the other version. It just means that Google's not indexed them. It can indicate an issue, but it doesn't necessarily always. So, but the answer to that question is yes. You can have specific pages that are indexed and others that are not. Oh, yeah, Mick, absolutely. I'll be looking for that. Sounds good. It looks like if I had a female mustache, I could find the cause and treat it here. That's the ad that's showing up in my chat box. So that's good to know, guys. This is a resource now. JoshuaFletcher.com is a resource for female mustaches. Okay, Ted, how often do you make entries on the 2.0 PBN? They're fairly static. The sites that I have set up that are Web 2.0 properties that I use for links do not have a lot of what we refer to as FOP, which is an acronym that stands for frequency of publish. They are fairly static sites. That may change. I'm looking into some options for automating some publishing on those platforms, but right now they are manually updated and very seldom. So I'm going to check my email real quick and see if I've got anybody that got stuck trying to get in here. Okay, doesn't look like we got any issues so far. So good. Okay, Josh, I was wondering about the best URL structure. I have a domain which is stateseo.com and I want to rank for city SEO. Should I repeat the SEO part so the URL is like stateseo.com/city SEO page, or would stateseo.com/city-page be as good? In a situation like that, my experience tends to show that as long as you have, like the second example here, Joshter, you know, you're going to want to rank for a combination of this term and that term, if that's correct. This site structure will work fine. This one will as well. The issue you run into with this one is that because this exact page has your URL structure with your exact keyword, you're going to have to be a little more conservative with your anchor text if you choose this version. They both work though. So if you want to go with more aggressive anchor text, choose the second option, because you're going to have a little bit more leeway there, because you're not going to have as you're not going to be as close to the line with your URL structure as you are with that first version. So, right, Nick, are you using GScraper? And if so, can you show us how to use it with OpenSite Explorer, possibly? I'm actually not using GScraper in conjunction with OSE. The only thing I'm using GScraper for right now, and I'm not even trying to pretend that I'm an expert with this, but I do use it and I have it running. I have it set up on a virtual private server, virtual private server that is scraping URLs to run along with GSA. And it would take a little doing to get that opened up and figure that out. That might be best for training video, if that's what you're asking about specifically, Mick. like I said, certainly not my strong point, but I do use it. And if that's what you're asking about, yeah, just let me know. Otherwise, I do not use it for anything having to do with OSC. Hang on a second here. Got a question from Ken. Well, again, listening to the office hours of practice. Please give instructions. I am listening. All right. So we've got one of our members who is having some issues actually sending the chats in our chat box here. So Ken is on. As far as I know, Ken, all you got to do is just hit like the sign in button up in the upper right, and then just create kind of a little profile for this chat box. It's not connected to anything. There's no passwords for it at all. But I think it does have to, create like an ID for you of some sort. And then that's what will be your name when you post a question or a comment. So if you're able to hear that, give that a shot. If it's still blocking you for some reason, it may be some kind of weird cookie that's keeping you from doing that. You might want to try a different browser. Because I know we've got a bunch of people on here that are able to interact with it just fine. We're not even close to being as busy as we have been in the past, so I know that's not an issue. So it may be something on your end if that's not working. So give that a try, and I'll keep an eye on the email in case you still have some issues. I'll try to walk you through those. Making sure. Yeah. Okay. Paulo says, I hope you don't play any April Fool's Day jokes with your coaching today. No, I would not try to do that. I wasn't thinking about doing it, but I was thinking about how annoying and frustrating they can be when you read something and you don't know whether or not it's serious or not. With a learning environment like we have here, it just doesn't work. Somebody could read and not find that it was actually a joke and go off and wind up trashing their site based on that. So there will be no April Fool's Day pranks coming from me, at least, on coaching or on my Facebook at all. Yeah, Steven's saying stuff's way too hard, I quit. I was thinking about announcing my retirement, which would be just about as crazy as what Steven just said there. But nah, I decided to shy away from it. All right, Glenn, did you have a chance to check out the email about my SoCal site? Ooh, I must have missed that, Glenn. Could you resend that to me, bud? I may have seen it, and I get so many emails, guys. I apologize. I try to get back to everybody that I hear from, but sometimes I check them on phone and I forget to get back to them when I get on a laptop where I can actually type some stuff. Resend me that, Glenn, if you don't mind, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Shane, I've got a client site that has a rip-off report on rank number 3 for his brand name. Do you think doing all the social and shooting backlinks to those would kill this from page 1? Yes, it can, Shane. I had one client with a situation such as that, and when I was first getting started, I gladly took their money because I needed it, and we were able to do that. And it turns out it was just kind of it was a company that had a bunch of bad business practices. I've since chosen not to work with them, but that strategy does work very well for situations like that. Essentially what you're doing, for those of you who may not be following here, hang on one second, guys. I got something I got to check on. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Alright, that wasn't 2 minutes. I heard a big crash in the other room, and I had to see what the heck was going on. It's kind of windy here today, and it blew over a big old box that had a bunch of stuff in it. So, no harm, no foul kind of thing. But, okie doke. Oh, so anyway, following up on what Shane's talking about there, this is kind of a reputation management situation where a client may have some stuff that's unfavorable on the first page, and they would like to get rid of it. And one of the strategies we can use is to essentially rank a bunch of other stuff ahead of it and push it down onto page 2. So yeah, that's a good strategy on that, Shane, and it does work very well. Right, Janet, do you do your domain research within your VPS? Not a big deal, but I've been seeing some crazy remarketing ever since I began domain searching within my IP. Yeah, I don't use a VPS or anything like that, Janet, or mask my IP in any way. I know what you're referring to. I have all sorts of weird stuff popping up on my retargeting ads when I'm browsing nowadays, but to me it's not worth trying to mask that. That's just kind of an annoyance. I usually don't buy things on ads anyway, but if you're potentially looking at some stuff that may be a little I don't know, more private in nature or something like that, you could definitely do that, and it would help. It would help block those cookies from being dropped in your browser, because that's the thing. It's gonna flag your IP, but it's also gonna drop a cookie in your browser. So one way to address that, Janet, it might be a little easier, is just when you're done with your research, just clear your caches and get rid of the cookies that get dropped, and that should eliminate those retargeting triggers when you're on any site that might have retargeting ads enabled. Glenn's, talking to Bob. Oh, we missed a couple questions here. What happened? Okay. I discovered that Host9 is really only a reseller service and not the actual SEO hosting account. I was advised on the Facebook group that we shouldn't speak to their support about SEO hosting, and that we can't ask them to provide unique C-level IP addresses. Can you help explain this? Yeah, so Glenn had a follow-up to that. Check out SEOwebhosting.net. Yeah, the reseller account is essentially what they have set up, and what they're offering is for you to be essentially a webmaster and a service provider to customers who want you to build a website and host it for them. So you have access to setting up their website, putting it on its own little server, its own little account, all that kind of thing, and then billing them separately. That's what a reseller account is. It's not set up specifically to be SEO hosting. SEO hosting is a different thing, but I don't know. I didn't see the thread in Facebook that talks about we can't contact the customer service about this issue right here, C-level IP addresses. The way that we set those up, and I assume you know this, but I'm just explaining it for those of the group who have not gone down this route yet. Every time we set up a new package or we want to create a new website within a reseller account, we kind of roll the dice, and they just assign us a C-level or an IP address. Our responsibility then is to make sure that that IP address does not match any of the other IP addresses that we have in our account at the C level. If it does, you just migrate it over to a new server or a new location, and that will change the IP address, and you can make sure that it doesn't, again, match up with any of our other C-class IPs. So that is how we, I guess I could say, get around that. We're certainly not doing anything nefarious or outside their terms of service, but at the same time asking them to assign us unique C-class IP addresses would be a higher level of customer service than they provide for a reseller account. Hopefully that makes sense, Bob. And Glenn may actually be pointing you to the actual hosting company. I'm not sure. The SEO web hosting is not one that I use currently, but that may be the actual hosting account for Host9. I'm not sure. All right, the city on city SEO is taken. Wait, what? Okay. The city on city SEO is taken and not available for .org. However, a small town that is part of the larger city is available. Would that be as effective using the smaller city as the city SEO? Makes sense. Yeah, I think so, Ted. If I'm understanding what you're saying, that like phoenixseo.com is taken and phoenixseo.org is taken as well. I assume you looked at the .net. Those are the 3 top levels that we use currently. If you use a smaller city, you're going to rank really well for that smaller city. It won't necessarily help you that much ranking for the larger city, but it's not a bad strategy either. At that point, this might be preferable to using just a branded domain. You know, call yourself, you know, city's best SEO or something like that. You know, Phoenix best SEO. You could do that too. That would be something called a partial match domain, PMD. And those work very well as just regular old branded domains. You know, you can call yourself whatever you like as far as the name goes. Because at that point, you could either choose a smaller search term, meaning not that, you know, core, you know, Phoenix SEO or Nashville SEO, but you could buy NashvilleSEOagency.com or Nashville SEO CO, you know, company abbreviation.com, or, you know, best NashvilleSEO.com. There are a bunch of different variations that you can still get that keyword in there, but they'll add another word to it that might make sense for you as well. So, yeah, just, you know, I don't want to tell you to do one of those instead of the other, because part of that then becomes which of those keywords do you want to rank for the most. If you want to come across as an agency, go after the agency keywords. If you want to come across as a one-person gang, you know, one-man gang style, then maybe you want to brand yourself as expert or specialist. You know, there's a couple different options, and it kind of depends, you know, not just with rankings, but also with how you're portraying yourself and what people might view you as. Okay, Charlotte, a week ago, I sent one link from a PBN to a YouTube video. Now the YouTube video has disappeared from the YouTube search results. It was ranked 2nd. The video was about 3 days old when I sent the link. Oops. When I sent the link, this is this question right here. Is this normal, or have I linked too soon? There are no other links to this video. No, Charlotte, I wouldn't necessarily say you've linked too soon. A lot of times when I post a new video, it will pop really high in the rankings, like, you know, in the top 5 results, like what you're indicating there. And then over time, you know, within the first week or 10 days, a lot of times it will drop naturally on its own. So I have a feeling that the ranking drop that you experienced here, it was not linked to the fact that you put a link to it. That link, as long as it's set up properly with, you know, good, you know, anchor text and things of that nature, is not going to be a problem. It's certainly not going to affect your rankings negatively. I have a feeling that what happened was it's just kind of the natural fluctuation, what we call the Google dance, and those happen with videos as well as our regular websites. So I wouldn't worry too much. You certainly did not send a link too soon. You know, within 3 days on a video, that's normal, that's natural, not a problem. All right, Joshua, thanks. I hope this was the case with the URL thing. Yeah, you're in good shape either way on that, Joshua. Just kind of depends on how aggressive you want to be with that anchor text and what you want to do with, you know, the rest of the keywords there. Okay, George SF, I enrolled in Smart Chat Box and they won't let me use SF George because I'm logged in on the large chat box and there is no log out. Interesting. Well, maybe I'll just clear the cache on this chat box. Every once in a while, this kind of gets, I don't know if it gets full or what happens, but I've had to refresh the code and reload the code into this coaching environment, I think 3 or 4 different times since the first of the year. So it'll happen again soon. Oh, Paul's saying that I don't have audio. Hopefully this isn't an issue for everybody else. Yeah, looks like I'm still broadcasting as far as my mute goes on my microphone. So, Shane, what would you charge for that? Just ballpark, won't hold you to it. Oh, with that reputation management, I charged $1,500 to, this was on a monthly basis, to address that. And I told them essentially that what we would try to do is every month we would try to get 2 other properties on the first page for them. and it took 5 months to get that rip-off report onto the second page. So that total price would have been $7,500. It was a pretty substantial amount of money, and they were happy to pay it, because quite frankly, every time somebody was looking to do a project with them, they would Google the name, and that would be sitting there at number 3, and they would go in and look at it, and there were like 3 or 4 different people that were commenting on it. There's actually been another client of mine who approached me with that same type of situation, and I just said no. But that it's certainly worth it. It's not a small endeavor, and it's definitely a very lucrative SEO package to present, doing that reputation management stuff. Okay, Bob L., what is the full product name for GSA? Try Googling GSA. Yeah, yeah. GSA is the government services acquisition. So I'll just type it in here. It's GSA SER, search engine ranker. Glenn typed it in there as well. I figured that somebody would help out, but Bob L. says, thanks, Glenn. I'm having good luck with Skynet hosting for now. Yeah, Skynet hosting has been one. They were the first company I signed up with when I first got going with OMG machines, and I'm very pleased with them. They rarely, if ever, been down, and they're actually what I have this JoshuaFletcher.com hosted on. And I know it's a little bit of an annoyance when you're trying to access protected pages. You know, you got to type in the human verification stuff. But these sites, none of the sites that I've had hosted on this hosting account have ever been hacked, which is kind of nice. So, all right, fill up, Bob. Host 9 gives you the opportunity to have lots of different IP addresses. Cheap prices of IP addresses are shared, not unique, like you'll get when you pay $2 to $5 a month. Yep, exactly, Phil. Oops. Turn off my text notification. Fill up, Bob. Up to ideally, every one of your PBN sites will have a unique IP address, but that's fairly costly when you're starting out. Yeah, you can spend some decent money on hosting. I think my hosting packages right now run, I don't know, maybe $200 or $300 a month for site hosting at the moment. Maybe a little more than that, maybe about $350. But yeah, it can be substantial. So that host 9 option, if you just pay attention to it and track, it's a good option for saving some money. Paul F., I was looking at search results for valuable sector in a high-end market. There was no social in the search results. Is that a good sign or a bad sign? I assume you're talking about like all the way down onto page 2 and 3, Paul. Many times I have looked into markets that same way, and on page 3 or 4 or 5, I'll start to see finally like a Facebook page or Twitter feed. Certainly nobody that's optimized it. And my experience with markets like that is that when you start hammering those social profiles, if you have them set up and optimized for the keywords you're going after, they rank really quickly and they stick there. So I guess it depends on your perspective on what is a good sign. Whether you want to be able to rank those other properties. If that's the case, it's usually a good sign to not have any of those on the first page, because what that means is likely that nobody has taken the time to optimize them or work on SEO with them. That's been my experience. There are very few keywords I've ever looked at, and none that come to mind, where some type of Web 2.0 site or a social site are not able to rank well. That makes sense. All right, Paulo says, oh, I hear you. Good. Sounds good. Brian's saying for another free chatting solution, you could look for livefire.com. Okay, cool, Brian. Good solution. All right, George SF, Paul, check to see if you accidentally muted the YouTube iframe. I've done that a couple times in the past. Oh, yep, there's my comment. Chuck, whoops. A follow-up question to your earlier announcement about communicating through Google+. I checked my Google+. You are in my circle and listed as a friend, but I've never received any messages. Do I need to do something? Well, you shouldn't need to, Chuck. What I do, I'll show you. You may need to just turn announcements on for me, because Google Plus has a limit on the number of people you can actually invite to an event. It's like 100 or something like that. It's really, really low level, because I think they don't want to try to get into the autoresponder type game. So what I do is create a, it's going to be here. Actually, I can go back up from here. So if I just go back, I think you guys will be able to see this. My profile, so this announcement here will show up for every time we hold a coaching session. So this is the one for today. The one from the 30th. So this is shared privately just with the people we have in OMG for Project X. So these are just the different coaching sessions. I'm not sure exactly how they show up on your end, but like I said, I'm kind of playing around. And also, this may be a good opportunity to get a little feedback from you guys. How valuable is it to get notifications on these coaching sessions? Is it easy to keep track of when they're scheduled and make sure you show up and attend, or would it be beneficial to have a little more, I guess, proactive announcement from us to let you guys know when the sessions are and give you explicit instructions each time on how to get on them? Just kind of give me a little your perspective on those things. That'll help out. Okay. All right, Stephen, I had Xerox Service do a Fiverr gig for me on a Facebook page finished today. How long until I see it pop in rankings? Usually a week to 10 days on something like that. Sometimes it'll happen faster. It kind of depends on what's already working in the market. If you got a bunch of things that are sitting out there that have some SEO done to them, it takes a little longer, Stephen. But if it's pretty fertile ground, then it'll happen pretty quick, like within a week or so. Is that a good sign? Means if I find a client in that sector to work with, can I get results easily? Yes. That's kind of what I was alluding to there, Paul. If you want to work with their Web 2 properties or social accounts, if you find a client in that niche, you want to start with that if you want to, or if you want to include it along with whatever else you offer for SEO, you could expect those properties to rank fairly easily, and I would imagine fairly quickly. I'm not saying you'll be on the first page, inside of 3 weeks or anything like that, but you'll see the rankings start to move up, and they keep climbing. Most of the stuff that was done with that Nashville SEO was done in over the course of about 2 months or so to kind of dominate the first page, and that's a fairly competitive keyword, even nationally. That's trying to rank for SEO services in the city is not, you're going against people who do that specifically. So if you're going to get in some other kind of market, I would expect the results to be similar to that, I would say. Okay. I think I just answered this one. Okay, Janet, so follow-up question about hosting. My very first PBN site that I initially bought just became available. Okay. Do they need to be transferred to my new hosting within a certain number of days? No, they don't, Janet. I try to get them hosted kind of quickly, but I've also let some of them sit for 3 weeks before. That's not ideal. I'm not saying that you should do that, but you don't have to be quick on the trigger to get them hosted and set up. But I try to do it pretty quick, within a few days for sure. It helps, I guess, protect us from the possibility of losing some of those links. If somebody looks for a site and it's nowhere to be found, they may decide to take a link down, and we don't want that. So, okay, Paul F. I'm adding coaching sessions to my calendar as they appear on the main page. Okay, so that's how Paul keeps track of that. It's good to know. Chuck says, with your regular schedule, it's easy, not so easy with the other non-regular sessions. Okay, good to know, good to know. Bob says, I've received your announcements in the past, but haven't seen them in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, I think in the last 2 weeks what's happened there, Bob, is that we exceeded that limit for the notifications, so I had to set them up as just an announcement on my timeline as opposed to an event that I can invite you to. So I think that's what's going on there, Bob, and so that's probably the difference. But Brian says it would be easier to have some announcement for the coaching webinars, i.e. post them in the Facebook group as a pinned post. Okay. Ted, I checked the news feed in Project X established time for the session, so that's how I mark my calendar. Okay, good, good, good. Beneficial because schedule changes are very easy to miss and get buried and clogged quickly. Yeah, TJ, regular sessions are no problem, but it can be easy to miss those that are not regular. For instance, like what Greg and Mike have. Okay. Shane, I think if all the OMG peeps would use the events thing in Facebook, that would make life easier. Not sure if that becomes too much work for you guys, but would be a nice central place for all you guys to input things. That's actually something I don't know that much about, Shane. I may look into that. That might be a good solution. Okay. DNS announcements, reminders about sessions would be nice. Your schedule's good because it's the same each week. Greg and Mike are difficult to stay up with because they have different times. Always check OMG news feed. Okay. Okay. Cool, guys. Yeah, thanks for the feedback on that. I always kind of like to. You guys are really good about kind of sharing where you are and how things are going. But sometimes it's nice to get some answers to specific questions that we have about how things are going. So. All right, George SF, I realized that with host 9 we can upload WordPress when we get the URL, even though the domain is not released. Upload the WordPress when we get the URL, even though the domain is not released. Interesting. Yeah, I actually wasn't aware of that. TJ says, I'm getting more used to checking the Project X page daily now. Yeah, that was one of, just coming from a little kind of inside baseball, David really wants us to try to get people used to checking that news feed in the membership area. Facebook is great, and it's a great social platform, and I think many people are very comfortable with using it to keep up with things. Kind of this is what's going on in the world of the people that you have in your circles. But with that Project X membership area, David really likes to have people check there regularly to keep up with what's going on. And a lot of times, when we post new content and things, it's by far the easiest place for, David to make announcements on things like that. As you guys probably know, David's not on Facebook or in the group or anything. He just accesses it through Mike and things like that. Okay. Okay, kind of slow down on questions here. I'll give it a second and see if we kind of hit a little bit of a lag time or something. Otherwise, I'll just jump over and do a little, I don't know, expired domain research or competition research or maybe something along those lines. If you guys have some interest in that, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just continue answering questions. Looks like we've got some questions coming in now anyway. Okay, Janet, will Hustle get my sites hosted? I was waiting to get an email from GoDaddy, and it never came. I guess my domains were ready for me 3:30. If it were you, which hosting would you choose for your PBNs? A lot of my PBNs right now are getting set up on host 9, Janet. I have PBN sites set up with host 9, with Skynet hosting, with SEO hosting, and with BizBuilder hosting. Those are the 4 hosting accounts that I currently use. So Skynet hosting, SEO hosting, host 9, and BizBuilder hosting. I use all 4 of those. And SEO hosting is, I'm trying to think, make sure. SEO hosting had, I think, about 60 sites of mine on it, and 8 of them have been hacked from one time, at one time or another. So, of all of my WordPress sites, that hosting is the only one that's been attacked. So I'm not saying that it's bad or anything like that, but that's just been my experience with it. Oh yeah, Bob's saying David does a great job of adding things dynamically. Yeah, Paul F. My big issue with Facebook is that I never see the same page twice. I can be looking at a post, refresh the page, and poof, it's gone. Yeah, I know what you mean. Things change on there pretty damn quick. Shane, yeah, bottom line is I just check the OMG page each morning because all the content changes, so still might be the best resource. Yep, OMG website. Cool. Philip's saying how to find red hot offers to promote. Paul F. There must be a wicked delay in the video. I'm seeing the chat feeds about 60 seconds before I see them on your page. Yeah, it fluctuates, Paul. Sometimes it's about 20 seconds. Sometimes it's closer to a minute. So yeah, there's a little bit of a delay in the chat. Glenn, are you working on any new videos for OMG? Yeah, to a degree. Trying to flesh out some more of kind of my perspective on local lead generation and really setting that up as a business and kind of all the ins and outs of it. The people like you, Glenn, and a lot of the other people that are on today have probably from time to time heard my bigger perspective on really why I like local lead generation as the form of day job killer that is preferred to me beyond anything else, as far as how easy it is to sell, the fact that you own your own assets, you control them, you don't have to cater to other clients, you can change the offers up anytime you see fit, all that kind of thing. I've got a lot of that in notes and things of that nature. I'll probably turn those into videos that are a little more instructional and a little more comprehensive in why I think that is a form of SEO that really everybody should look at. It's very lucrative, but there's a lot. I guess a lot of those videos will be more of the why. The how, we talk about the how anyway. It's easy to rank sites. It's easy to put a website up that converts well. Quite frankly, it's pretty easy to figure out what niches pay pretty well. In addition to that, what I would be able to offer is a little more of the perspective on why this form of local SEO is so effective and so easy to scale, I guess. So that's really the only series that and that goes along with kind of the CPA stuff as well. It's still kind of evolving as we go. George SF Part 2, once domains released, then I just point to host9 from GoDaddy. Oh, it's interesting. Yeah, so, yeah, you're able to get a little drop on things there. That's pretty cool. Joshua, what hosting do you use for your money sites? My money sites are set up, I'm trying to think. I have money sites set up on all of those except host9 right now, Joshua. And I'm not saying I won't use host9 for a money site, but I do not right now. I have not built out any new money sites since I got set up on host9, which is the main reason that I have not put any money sites there yet. Nancy C, on expired and expiring domains, Register Compass's layout does not show what the price of each URL is. It shows for the auction URLs. Okay. How do you find out the price for expired and expiring? Okay, so those are the other kind of, I guess, offers. I don't know what they call them. Let me go ahead and pull that up just so I have the terminology right. Okay, so if we do let's just do all these. If we do like a pre-release, is this what you're talking about, I assume? Go ahead and set these parameters the same way that we do normally. So on pre-release here, and this is a great place to look for domains. I find some good stuff on pre-release here. A lot of these will be with Namejet. Snap has kind of a totally different marketplace when you buy domains there. But like this TBS Journal from 1998, so it's a 219. So I'll show you what we can do here. Oops. Let's go to the domain auction site. So it's at 305, right? I'm not sure why this is set to 219. A lot of times this isn't actual. Let me see if it'll let me do this. Yeah, so what you got to do with these, this price here is usually what you have to bid to get in on the second round of bids if it's a pre-release here. So anything you want to get on, minoltaprinters.com sounds like a pretty dang good domain. It's a Snap from 1997. What you do is you essentially say that if you're the only person that bids $69, you'll pay $69 for that domain. But if there's 5 or 6 or 7 other people in that, that's kind of what the starting bid becomes. So that's kind of how you get the information on those. Let me see where that was. It's down here a little bit. That was Nancy C. And yeah, the other types of domain searches that you can run, you know, buy now does offer price. Reverse, I've looked into that, and I don't think it's worth spending any time on at all. It does not, as far as I can tell, it does not give us anything that we would actually be able to use, and it would be mostly just a waste of time. Public's good, pre-release is good, buy now can be good. Offer, not something I would play around with much. Reverse, something I would just avoid. So hopefully that gives you kind of the information you were looking for there, Nancy. Okay, Mick, if domains are all taken in our area, can we still go for stateseo.com since state SEO is taken? Yeah, just you flop those around. I guess that's what you're talking about. Have state before SEO. Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem. Would the silo categories be individual cities and then services? Yeah, you could definitely do that way, Nick. I'm not sure if you were on. I've got kind of an example of a local siloed site that kind of takes advantage of that. Like if you went the state SEO route, you could use a similar structure to that Mile High Plumbing I just posted there to get your local cities and the keywords you want to go after in those cities. All right, Jen, I almost reached out to you. The domain azseo.net was available for $12 and expiring this morning. Yeah, that would have been, yeah, probably would have been a pretty dang good domain to get. Yeah. Richard, I've only just jumped in, wondering if you could give some good examples of industries that are good for day job killer clients, apart from dentists, doctors, etc. I'm real big on the construction trades, Richard. That right now provides me, I would estimate, 90% of my income. Construction trades are huge. Alternative medicine, like acupuncture, chiropractors, things along those lines, are the remainder of it. The other people I take on are just kind of here and there and whatever. I've got people in cremation niche, so like funeral services. That's a very lucrative thing to be in. Window washing is one that I'm kind of starting to get into. Any of the home services as well, so like exterminators, landscaping, lawn mowing, tree trimming, anything along those lines. What you want to start to think about with day job killer niches are things that people do not have kind of front of their mind, like a plumber. Sometimes people have a relationship with a plumber and they always call the same plumber, but more often than not they don't. When something goes wrong and their water heater goes out, they'll do a search for water heater repair and see who comes up in Google. Most of the time that happens because the company that came out last time did not do a great job of taking care of them, and so they kind of lose track of the fact that they were a customer at all. So within the construction niche, it's very profitable typically for companies to acquire new customers through SEO, because most of the time when somebody needs a new roof, they'll look on Google to see who does new roofs. Or when somebody needs to put in a sprinkler system, they'll look on Google to find a guy who will put in sprinkler systems. So keep in mind that what you also want to go with are things that people actually search for in Google. What would you need to go to Google to find someone that would do that for you? If it's a house painter, it's typically something that people don't keep in their folder of important numbers next to their phone or anything like that. So yeah, I'm definitely big on that. There also is kind of a whole nother side of things, and this is one I'm branching, I guess, back into. I used to be like a park ranger and a fishing guide, and spent a lot of times outdoors. And there are a lot of potential for generating leads for like travel and tourism type niches. So it's something else you can think about. Janet, so to clarify your lead gen business model, are you leasing the sites or selling individual leads? Selling individual leads for the most part, Janet. I try to keep it that way. The only time I move over to doing a lease, it's still based on leads. It's just that I say, all right, we've generated 50 leads for you each of the last 3 months. Let's just drop the idea that it's based on leads, and I'm just going to bill you for 40 leads a month, and this is going to be the price for it. And we can always adjust that, but that'll just keep it simpler for accounting. I'm actually kind of changing that now. I'm going to go back with just the straight lead model. I'm kind of doing some different things with my database. So it's hard for somebody to say no to, do you want to acquire a new customer for $40 or whatever it might be. It's a lot easier to say no to, hey, do you want to buy SEO for $2,000 a month? Okay, Mary, Richard, look for high-ticket items that someone wouldn't have an ongoing relationship with, doctors, lawyers, roofers. Yeah, awesome, Mary, thank you for that. That's, yeah, definitely in line with what I was thinking. I guess it goes without saying, Moz is a must, $99 a month. Yeah, you can usually get a 60 or 90-day free trial, Ted, for Moz, but yeah, I like Open Site Explorer for all my research. Regarding local SEO, how do you find the best niches to pay? If you can talk more about that, if things can slow down a little bit. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to, Mick. I kind of talked about it a little bit there a few minutes ago, so I can get back into it, though, more once I catch up with these questions. TJ, 3 lead gen sites with no author and private name. 3 affiliate sites with my authorship and name. 10 PBN sites. Should I isolate, allocate PBN links? How many links I can place until the network gets bigger? Oh, something like that, TJ. You should be okay. You got 6 sites. You got 10 PBNs. Yeah, you could send 1 or 2 links from each of those sites to all 6 of your sites without too much trouble. Trying to think what that would really look like. Yeah, that wouldn't be too much of an issue, TJ. Yeah, mix up your anchor text. Should be okay. 5 PBN sites for each set of 3 money sites. Opposed to 10 sites available for 6 money sites. Yeah, you could do that either way, TJ. You could have all 10 go into all 6 of your money sites. Because what you got to think about is those money sites, as long as, well, what did you say? 3 lead gen sites with no author, 3 affiliate sites with my authorship and name. So this block, I would only, yeah, that block is going to be a little different than this one. This one's going to be totally random. But this other block, TJ, because they're all kind of connected with your authorship, you're going to want to be a little more discreet with the links that go to that, because that's going to start to create a little more of a footprint for you. Paul F. says, what do you mean by getting on the second round of bids? Okay, so Paul, on these pre-release auctions on Register Compass, once you go over to the actual site here for the bid, you enter whatever the starting bid is. You don't have to be, like this says 305, I entered 69 and I'm still in on it. What happens when this 19 hours is up here will be the actual auction starts. Up until that time, up until this counter reaches 0, it's not even really an auction. It's just given time to people to find that site and see whether they want to bid on it. And if they want to bid on it, they have to click through and go over to NameJet or Snap and say, yeah, I'm willing to pay $69 at least for this domain. Doing that and then confirming your starting bid gives you the ability to get in on the actual auction. The actual auction actually starts when this countdown is done, as opposed to within a public auction, when this timer reaches 0, whoever's ahead gets the domain. On a pre-release, it has nothing to do with it. When this reaches 0, that's when the actual, it's like a 3-day auction. That's when it actually starts. So it's essentially the same thing, but this is like a buy-in period kind of thing. And with the $69, you don't spend that. If you get the domain, you have to spend it. But if you don't win the domain, that money doesn't actually come out of your account. Yeah, George SF says he's also noticed that GoDaddy extends the auction if there's a late bid. Yeah, the last 5 minutes, I think, is where it is. If somebody bids in the last 5 minutes, it extends at 5 minutes. So, yeah, it's always a hassle sometimes. You think you're going to win something, it winds up going another 30 minutes, and you know it's $400 more expensive than you thought you were going to get it at. Okay, Ted says, could you go over the basic charges that you might begin with, say, a plumber? How are you starting a conversation and get into cost? Well, one of the things I do, Ted, is I typically don't start with a really general keyword. So even if I'm working with a plumber, I'll start with like a solar water heater, okay? Or I'll start with water heater replacement, or a very specific thing that I can put a price on. Water heater replacement is going to be $550. Solar water heater is going to be $7,000. Polybutylene replacement in a house is going to be $6,000, whatever it might be, and then work backwards from there. And if you go too general, you're going to have a lot. It's going to be hard to figure out where to start. So I would always just kind of start small and start specific, and you can always grow from there. You know, once you get that polybutylene replacement site ranked and generating leads, or solar water heater installation, or water heater replacement, or tankless water heater, whatever the keyword might be or the site might be, you can start there, be real specific. It's pretty easy to figure out what the value of that's going to be, and then just grow it. That's the easiest way to kind of get started in the industry, aside from just having a bunch of industry experience. You know, with plumbing's not my strong point. I know probably more about it than most online marketers do, but I don't know more about it than most construction people do. So I would just recommend figuring out a specific aspect of those trades and going after that kind of term. So if you're doing roof, roof replacement, I would even narrow that down and say clay tile roof replacement, or asphalt shingle replacement, or storm damage, hail damage, roofing hail damage, or something like that, and go from there. Because you'll have a much easier time talking about the actual value of that customer, and then figure out what the value of that lead could be that you're going to sell them. So, all right, Bugger. Oh, my internet dropped out, so I missed Fletch's reply. Just caught the end of travel and tourism. Oh yeah, Richard, you were asking about some other things that I get into. So construction's real big. I do a lot of construction and home services stuff, commercial building maintenance and services, alternative medicine like acupuncture, chiropractic work, some specialty stuff within each of those. I do some stuff with mortuaries and funeral services and cremation services. And then, yeah, travel and tourism stuff. So you got in on the end of that. But those were the other ideas. I think those were the ones I tossed out there, if I'm not mistaken, Richard. Yeah, Brian's saying there was a 120-day free trial link on Mod. Those kind of rotate around. Most of the time, those are out there. And that's what I started with. That gave me 90. I think I started with a 90-day trial. And within 90 days, I was able to say, yeah, I still don't like spending an extra $100, but I can afford it, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Make sure. I have a feeling I figured it out. Okay. All right, Mick, is there a video on starting up lead generation in OMG? Well, there's mine, Mick. My 60-day day job killer series is about that. And some of the stuff Jimmy Kelly does is related to it, but that's kind of my bread and butter. That's one of the reasons I was thinking about fleshing out my video series on that, because there are some specific things that when you're doing lead generation that you don't really have to worry about the same as you would if you were doing specific SEO for a client. And I probably should just make that a little more public. I talk about it a lot in the Facebook group and here, of course, on coaching sessions, but yeah, getting some actual training videos up for that would probably be helpful. Shane, would you consider a site like this risky? I'll cut the URL. No links, but page authority 31, domain authority 43, 2006. Yeah, if you can't find the links, Shane, I would. Because that means, well, it could mean a couple things, but one of the things it could mean is that that is somebody's old money site, and they've got like Spider Spanker on it, and as soon as that site actually transfers to somebody else, they'll take all those links away that are creating that page authority and domain authority. I would say that's actually very likely. Okay, so you've actually got the domain in here. Let me throw that in Open Site Explorer and see what I think. Yeah, we're about an hour 10 in right now. So this is a URL that Shane pulled up. Yeah, so we're still not seeing any links here. If I don't get any links at all on either of these, a lot of times I will go ahead and throw it in Hrefs. And I know a lot of people don't have access to both of these. It's not a problem. You don't need it. It just sometimes, yeah, so this shows one backlink. Where's that coming from? Coming from Frank Pages. 1,000. Dropped all the way down to 30, down to 1. Yeah, looking at this over the past year here, Shane, you can see these are the number of pages that pointed back to this domain. So April of last year it was 1,000, now it's at 1. These are the different domains. Very, very little going on with this thing. It looks like it's Asian as well. I mean, I think all you're buying with a site like that would likely be a 5-letter domain. I wouldn't expect it to be much other than that. All right, Stephen Toomey, when using a WordPress money site, when my pages, they do not show authorship. Posts do, though. Is that normal? Yeah, Google is continuing to modify how it uses Google authorship. It will show it for certain keywords, not for others. It will potentially show it for posts and not pages, and vice versa. Sometimes it will show it depending on how active or how essentially linked up your Google Plus profile is with your content on the site that you are claiming to be the author of. So again, you know, it used to be a situation where you could just throw the authorship code in there and you get your picture next to your site for anything it showed up for in the rankings, and it's just not that simple anymore. I don't know if anybody really knows exactly what it is. I'm sure some people have some theories, but the ones that I have that still work very well are ones that I have a fairly active Google Plus profile for. I actually have some posts there that point back to the site or that talk about things related to the topic of my site or have the keywords in them, it seems. So I would try to incorporate some of that into your Google Plus profile, your, I don't know what they call it, essentially your little blog roll or your status, you know, updates there, and see what that'll work. Oh, TJ's got, potentially he's got that link for Open Site Explorer discount. Okay, so Paul, so my recent past in a field where the average commission is $1,000 and people will pay $50 all day long for those leads, so 5% there. Do you go for that type of thing? Yes, exactly, Paul. That's actually pretty close to about the numbers I experience in the industry, in a subset of the construction industry that I was in before. That's very common. The other thing I tend to, for whatever reason, gravitate toward, and I know other people do extremely well with medical or lawyer or whatever, but my experience is that if a company has outside salespeople, they are very, very in tune with the cost of a lead and the price of conversion and the cost of all that type of thing. So talking marketing with people who have outside sales individuals at work in their company seems to me to be much easier, because you don't have to, they know their business metrics. They know what it costs to close somebody, essentially. And they know what they can afford to spend on new leads. So, yeah, that's the other thing I would add to that. But, Paul, yeah, definitely you're in a good place if you're looking at a commission of around that. You know, I've seen sales commissions ranging anywhere from 3 to even 10% in some of the industries that I work with, but it's reasonable to think 5% sales commission, and then you've got a 5% marketing cost, and then you've probably got about a 60%, you know, hard cost overhead. So that's still leaving 20% on the table for the company for profit. That's kind of the way I typically break it down. Richard T, if you're going to use Moz and other things, there's also a deal that gives you access to the whole group for tools for $39 a month. Yeah, that's one of those group buy things, I think, Richard. Yeah, I've seen that link floating around there too. Jan, speaking of monthly services, it seems like HRES, SEMrush, microsite all provide value. Mods already in place. Which of these or all do you recommend? I started with OpenSite Explorer and Microsite Masters. And then I used a service called Clicky, just clicky.com, that tracked my visitors. So those were the 3 monthly services that I purchased very quickly after I kind of got up and going. I actually didn't pick up, I've got HRES now, but I didn't pick that up for probably 12 months, Janet. And I didn't feel like I was really missing out on much. I still don't use SEMrush. The thing is, you might be fine just using this, you know, without anything else. It just, you kind of get used to certain tools, and you kind of, you know, what you want to just kind of do is compare apples to apples. You know, I'm good at comparing sites in OpenSite Explorer, so you know, I wouldn't want to do some research on one site with OpenSite Explorer and then try to research another site with HRES and compare the two, because they're just going to give you totally different information. So if you get used to one of them, just use that, and if it's working for you, you know, you certainly don't feel like you got to go out and have everything, all the information to make a good decision. That's just not the case. Mick says, thanks for answering previous questions. As far as looking at expired domains, we look for domain authority of over 30. What should we look at page authority of over 30? Mick, you can take that down even if you want to. Depends on what you're trying to rank. With the stuff I go after, you know, I found some with domain authority 22, 23 that they're actually pretty decent. Yeah, your page authority is not as important. Page authority is, it's not as important a factor to pay attention to. Mainly look at domain authority, see whether or not your page authority is fairly close to it. You know, you don't like to see domain authority of 99 and your PA 2 or 11 or whatever it might be. You know, you want those to kind of be close. But yeah, this is going to be your driving factor you want to pay attention to. Shane, thanks. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Chuck. Oh, he's got the link there for the Moz trial. Very cool. Okay, Artie, one of my sites has had all of its rankings drop a lot, but I know it's not over optimization because I was careful with anchor text. Now, after a few days, most keywords have moved back up a bit. Why does this happen? You know, Google has its own ideas about that stuff, Artie. But I will tell you that it's almost the rule that, you know, we refer to it as the Google dance. When we start doing SEO work that includes links, and even, it honestly, it can be anything. It doesn't just include links. Even on-site changes. Google is not going to say, okay, now it's number 8. Now it's number 4. Now it's number 2. Oh, now it's number 9. It's going to all of these rankings, all of this algorithm is dynamic. And part of the data that Google needs to determine where you're going to come, you know, where you're going to fall in its ranking structure is going to depend on actually where you are. You know, if you're at number 9, you only get 2 people on your site, both of them like your site, they stick around, they click through a couple pages, and they're on your site for 3 minutes, without any other changes on page or off page, Google might decide to say, oh, this site looks like it's pretty good, let's move them up. You know, because those 2 people were on your site and they were there for a while. And, you know, vice versa, maybe nobody was on your site at number 9, but all the 8 sites above you, everybody who goes to the site, it's 100% bounce rate. None of them like the content they find. And so because the other 8 sites above you, you know, sucked, Google might move you up because of that too. So what we need to look at is just controlling and focusing on the things that we can optimize, which are on-site structure, having a good kind of conversion mentality, meaning you're going to keep the people on your site and get them to take the actions we want them to once they land on our pages, and then having a good anchor text percentage, off-site stuff. Once we have that done, then we still have to wait for Google to say, oh yeah, this site actually is better than anything else out there. You know, there are just a lot of those factors that take time to build. And because of that, it takes a while to get good, solid #1 rankings. You know, really, until you hit #1, you're going to bounce around all over the place. Most of the time, my experience has been that once you get to that #1 spot, if you've got a good site, and you didn't just start there, you know, if for whatever reason you built a site and just popped at #1 immediately, you're probably going to drop off again. But if it takes a while to get up there, once you finally get there, you're going to stick around for a while. So hopefully that gives you some insight there, Artie. For people who haven't built sites and had them do that for a while, I know it's disconcerting, and it kind of, you know, it's frustrating, and it makes you kind of second guess maybe what you're doing, but definitely don't think those things about it. It's just kind of part of the process. Paul, you say your 3 initial paid monthly tools were Moz, Microsite Masters, and ClickRush. Oh yeah, no, it was it's called Clicky. Yeah, so Clicky is pretty sure it's just Clicky Analytics. Yeah, clicky.com. It's right there. I'm not going to click on it because it has all my money sites in there. So. All right, guys, we're kind of winding down here. We got maybe a few minutes left before our hour and a half's up. But if you got any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them real quick here. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and kind of all F's, that's got wax in the ears. I'll go ahead and wrap up. All right, guys, I'm not hearing anything further, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the recording now. Oh, Janet, thank you. James, absolutely. As always, glad to have you guys all on. Thank you for your input, your questions, and yeah, just feedback on everything all the way around. So, yeah, Chuck, no, the chili's ready. Yeah, great group on today, guys. We're scheduled for regular time on Thursday, which actually starts an hour later in the day than it does today. And then on Sunday, we have our normal time scheduled still. So until then, I'll catch up with you guys either via email or on the Facebook group. And yeah, best of luck to everybody, and we'll catch up with you guys soon. Oh yeah, register Compass. All right, yeah, yeah. Mick just reminded me of another one of my memberships. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and stop the broadcast. We'll catch you guys soon. Thanks again. Hey everyone, welcome to coaching session for Project X. It's Sunday the 30th of March, and I'm going to go ahead and get rolling here in a few minutes. I'm going to do a screen share over to our browser window. Actually, I need to change that so that we actually are looking at the questions in the video recording. Once the broadcast starts, I'll check the sound levels and then I'll mute my own speakers. But if anybody's having any trouble with sound, let me know. If you've got good sound, give me a sounds good. Hey everyone, welcome to coaching session. Okay, sounds pretty good on this end. I'm going to check email real quick, make sure nobody's stuck without the ability to get into the session today. Looks pretty good so far. Okay, I noticed a few questions that came in a little before we started, so I was going to try to address those really quickly here. One of them talks about the replays, and although all the replays are embedded on my website here, they are set to private, and depending on how you're logged into your Google Plus account will determine whether or not those videos are available for you to watch. They're essentially a private video that's hosted on YouTube, which means that you must be logged in and cookied with your Google Plus account to have access to those private videos. If you are and they work fine for you, you are more than welcome to watch them on my website. Otherwise, I send all the recordings over to David, and he posts the replays in the OMG Machines membership area on the Fl1T page. There's a section of that page for me that has all of my recorded coaching sessions, so you have access to everything there. Hopefully that makes sense. Kind of gives us some redundancy and some backup too, which is always a good thing. All right, Gordon's on, James, Michael, Philip, Bob, Paul. Yeah, black and white. Sounds good. TJ, glad you're back on today. Sounds good. Good, good, good. Okay, so Paul's saying no credit, minimal cash, best recommendations. The course I would recommend was the one that I actually took, which is to go out and sign up local clients. You can do that, especially now. We didn't actually have the green light to display the things that Greg and Michael have put together for like Nashville SEO or some of their other model home sites that we're able to show people now, to show clients what we'll be able to do even if we don't have a portfolio of our own. You can go out and sign up local clients, especially following, well, what I did during the first 60 days, I outlined and went through kind of step by step on a series that I recorded called the 60-Day Day Job Killer, and it was something that was done with next to no cash. I was able to get clients signed up who essentially funded my ability to build their site and get it ranked and generate leads for them. I go through that pretty much extensively. I think that was Paul in that video series, which I think there's 6 or 7 videos in that series. So check that out if you haven't watched it yet. If you have specific questions about it, I'd be more than happy to talk to you. But yeah, go through and get kind of an idea of what I did there, because I think it's a method that works really well for someone in your situation. Because that's pretty much the situation I was in. I still don't have a credit card, and probably will try to avoid getting one, except for renting cars. All right, Michael says, sounds good. Shane, this may be a repeat question. Is it okay to buy domains that have already expired and are up for regular purchase? Do they lose power? The power is really coming from the links that are in place, Shane. So as long as the links are showing, and if you go through and double check to make sure that they're still on the pages, they should be fine. So that's not a problem at all. Nathan B, pardon me. Building my first lead generation site, the client is offering a free on-site evaluation consultation to estimate the cost. Is a single page conversion site adequate? What are the benefits of having multiple pages on the site? You're going to have a couple benefits to that, Nathan. One of them primarily will be your ability to rank. Google more and more is liking sites that have good answers and provide good resources to the visitors, and are more inclined to rent sites that have not only the specific content someone looks for, but also some of the kind of what we call shoulder content, which is very closely related content but maybe a little bit different. So I like to build sites that are, the smallest sites I'll build are probably 7 or 8 pages, and those are still very small, but they are more than a single landing page. I've heard people and seen people rank, single page websites for all intents and purposes, and it may work, but I don't think it's probably the best way to go about doing it. I have a feeling that they are very temperamental as far as keeping them ranked and doing much with the site moving forward if you need to adjust things for conversion or anything like that. So also with a site that's a little bit bigger, you'll have the ability to bring traffic in from those very closely related searches. And so because of that, you'll actually have more people on your website and likely will generate more income for yourself as well as the person you're generating leads for. So that's my take on a little bit more robust site than a single landing page. Steve C's on, Josh is on. Graham, when doing a launch jack, do we normally just use videos or websites too with fast PBN links? You can use both, Graham. The videos, of course, are something we can just throw tons of links at, spam links, or even PBN links, and get them to rank really quickly. What you've got to keep in mind also is that with a launch jack, especially if it's a new product, you will likely have little, if any, direct SEO competition. So all you need to do is provide better SEO than those other sites have. If Google is going to show a website, they're going to have to show a website based on something. And the ability to put a fairly powerful PBN link in place more quickly than your competition will likely determine whether or not your page is the one that winds up on the first page of Google. So TJ, Paul F. look at David Hood's series on money getting section of Day Job Killer as well. Yeah, TJ is referring to a series that went out, I think, within this last month or so. David Hood is somebody that's been involved with OMG throughout last year as well, was at the live event, and he has put together a program even, I think, that covers local client consulting and the business surrounding that. But because of his close connection to OMG, also did a pretty substantial video series that Michael helped record and get put onto the membership area. So yeah, as far as I know, most all of David's income comes from local client consulting. So he's a great resource to learn from as well. Michael K, do links from authority sites improve PR? Do they improve domain authority and page authority of a domain? Yes, yes, and yes. PR is related to domain authority and page authority, but it's not something that is like a one-to-one relationship. They each have different factors that come into play. But strong links will begin to improve all three of those factors on the site that they're pointing to, Michael. Gordon, when we started our money site, according to Greg, to do well, we should model 10 PBNs, but we can start with less, i.e. 4 to 5, and gradually move up to 10 to get maximum boost. Yeah, and 10's not a rule. It's just a good guideline to shoot for when you're getting started, Gordon. Yeah, if you can only get 4 picked up, I'd start with 4 and then continue to grow it. A lot of times, depending on the keywords that you go after, you're going to be ranking really strongly before you get, all of your PBN in place that you think you might need. It's one of those things that it's nice to have those PBN sites in place because they're a resource we can draw on for new projects or new keywords or whatever we're going to do with them. So yeah, get started with what you can get started with, and then go from there. And your guidelines there are fairly fairly accurate. I wouldn't see any problem with that. Jeremy, welcome to the session today. Graham, is it worth setting up one site and using it repeatedly for launch jacking? Can it work negatively if we keep changing the focus of a single site like that? Graham, one of the things I thought about doing with this site, I don't know if I will or not. Likely I won't. It's just a little outside of what my business model for myself is. What you could do is set up like a silo site, and you could have online marketing product reviews. Even though those are each different products, they are related to one another, and in many ways Google will probably be able to determine that they are related, especially if you set the site up properly with related keywords and proper silo structure. And if you do things like that, what you will benefit from is the ability to make your site stronger and stronger over time. If you've got evergreen products that you're still ranking some of the review pages for, you're going to continue to get traffic and continue to make sales. And then when a new product comes out, you can take one of those pages or a new silo or whatever you decide to do with silo structure and turn that into a page that is meant to rank and get traffic for the new launch that you're going to get. So I think that's a strategy that would work very well, Graham. Definitely makes sense to me. I just got an email here, I think, from SF George here. I think he's on. We'll see if he's, he'll hear me talking about him and say something if he hasn't commented already. All right, Gordon, is it a fair question to ask what an average number of pages a good site should have? It really depends. It's a reasonable question, and it's something that you should probably try to identify before you really get started, but it depends. It depends on whether you're going to build out a really narrowly focused site that is meant to essentially answer the questions directly related to the search, similar to what I did with the Spinal Decompression Phoenix website. That's a small site. I think it's 10 pages maybe at most. But there's also times when having much larger sites are preferred. If you're going to build out more of an authority site, directory sites, of course, will likely have, you know, potentially hundreds of pages. It depends on what you're going to do with the site. Paul F's talking about the David Hood Day Job Killer series. It's got a URL in there. I'm not sure, where is my membership area? Let me close it. Oh yeah, that's different. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Oh, nope, that's me. All right, let's open up a new one here. Yeah, so if I am not mistaken, let's remember where these all are. That's different. We get on the money getting section with Mike here. Oh, these are just his coaching sessions. Yeah, it looks like a lot of these are in here. Yeah. So the Brian Bagnossi interview series is in there. I would assume that maybe David's is as well. Have to look. Yeah, it looks like Paul was able to get that link in there. It looks like it is in that monetization section. Okay. Shane, did you say you had a 60-day day job killer series? Is that the Your City SEO? My video series on day job killer is, I can't remember exactly what David or Mike called it, but it's on the Fletch page here, and it's the 60-day to day job killer. And it's a series of videos here. Essentially what I did, it's exactly what I did to make the money I made within the first 60 days of becoming an SEO, becoming an online marketer. So, all right, Michael, Greg's Gold IRA site has 2 pages, I believe, and it's doing extremely well. Could this be a model for an affiliate site? Yeah. If you're talking about, I think he's got a couple sites, but let me do a search here. Have a look. Yes, Greg's site, or one of his sites, Old IRA Custodians. Yeah, so these are all PHPs. These are a little more advanced. So what Greg has here is, if you noticed here, this is a site. It appears to be navigation of to a page in the site, but it's essentially a redirect, a PHP redirect that takes you to the actual sales page on Regal Assets. I don't know, does he have all these set up this way? Yeah. Yeah, this is an on-page assets. This is a second page. Yeah, he's definitely got more pages than these. Might be posts. These are pages. Yeah, these are pages. Yeah, so there's more than just 2 pages here, but there's not a lot. Doesn't look like. I would have to look at the sitemap to see all the pages he has. They just don't look like they're navigable from the home page. But yeah, they don't have to be giant sites to have, you know, a lot of value. And here's his main page that he's using for ranking, the home page here, and it's got, you know, a good deal of content on it, graphics as well as text and embedded videos. So yeah, I think that would be a great little model for an affiliate site. I think that would look pretty good, especially, you know, considering how competitive that niche is. That if you're getting into some less competitive keywords, you definitely could kill it with that kind of model. Okay, where were we here? Joshua says, you mentioned directory sites in passing. What's your take on doing a directory site? Any experience with that? Yeah, I built one last year and got some people signed up on it, and it worked well and it ranked well, but it was more, it just wasn't the model I was looking for as far as what I wanted to build my business. So I know some people build them. I think they also can do well with them. I was up to, you know, maybe $1,500, $1,600 a month with mine, and essentially what I did was, the site's still in place and the clients are still paying, but I've actually moved some of their monthly SEO and lead generation stuff over to different types of contracts where I actually just build sites and do lead generation for them. They essentially kind of get the directory site for free. People find them that way. But then the traffic goes over to my lead generation site, so I get paid for it anyway. So if you wanted to build a directory site like that, one of the things that I'm starting to do is to take a look at my entire network as being valuable not just for link juice, but for traffic generation. In a situation like that, if you build up a nice directory site, you could use it to not only rank and get traffic, but then also to potentially drive traffic from that directory site over to a different money site that you have, that you may be able to monetize even better than that directory site. So if that makes sense to you, I think, was that Joshua that was asking about that? I think it was. That was Paul. Oh, no. Yeah, that was Joshua there. What you'd potentially be able to do there is to get someone signed up on a directory site, or even build a directory site for free and then drive traffic from that directory site over to your money site, or just rent it out monthly. for everybody that you have listed. Monetization, TJ, yeah, asking back and forth. Michael R, I'm still having problems finding, editing, and installing so much content. It's the bottleneck for me. Any advice? It depends on the niche you're in. One of the reasons I think that I found as much success as I did as quickly as I did was because I started marketing in a niche that I knew a great deal about. It was construction, and even a very specific set of construction products and services, and they were things that I'd been working with day in and day out for the better part of 5 years. So writing content and understanding the psychology behind what people were looking for, why they would trust my website to buy from or to pick the phone up and call the company from, were things that were key. I talk about that in my series a little bit as well. But if you're having a lot of trouble with content creation, I would start to look more and more at a model of content generation called curation, where you take valuable content that's good from other people's site, you credit them with it, but then you put that on your site and comment on it. Add commentary, add value, add perspective, add framing, all that kind of thing. That lets you create yourself. You know, you only have to generate a small portion of the actual material that's on your site, but it's the high value stuff. Your commentary, your perspective, your framing, the value you add is then what becomes the driving force for your value in that content. So it's what I'm continuing to evolve toward in niches where, even in niches that I know a lot about. You know, if I'm talking about insulation, I'll go on Owens Corning's website and grab something out of their blog roll and comment on it. You know, it might be an article that they wrote, and I essentially can take parts of it and dissect it on my website and create a lot of great content, and also then kind of put my branding, for lack of a better term, on that content and have it on my website to rank. All right, Janet, I'd be curious to hear your perspective. Since I like being specialized, I'm not drawn to day job killer services drawn to offer day job killer services to multiple niches, industries in one city. So as I discern how to optimally, strategically set up my business, what are your thoughts on the pros and cons of setting up a business that is focused on one niche or one region versus two focused on very tight niche that is more national in scale? 90% of the income I've earned to this point, Janet, is with SEO, with lead generation, is in a very, very tight construction niche in the Southwest. So it depends on kind of the business that you want to build out, but there's a lot of money to be made becoming a specialist in a certain type of whatever. You can charge higher fees. You will have an easier job landing the clients. You know, when I come in and I talk to a new client, if I'm going to offer lead generation services for them, which is mostly what I do. I don't do a lot of just, hey, I want to do SEO for you type of thing. When I start to show some of my portfolio, it's all construction and it's all in the same niche as most of these people work. So, I don't do any conflict of interest type things where I, pit one company against another, taking their SEO dollars. The lead generation model then lets me essentially take the highest bidder and work with them and not have to worry about, having one company that I've got under contract competing with another company that I might have under contract that way too. Because that's one of the things you might encounter if you decide to work within a certain niche, or a certain niche and a certain geographic area, that you might wind up with people saying, oh, I want to move into Phoenix, but you already have a Phoenix client there. You got to get rid of them, or we're going to take our business elsewhere, kind of thing. You won't run into that if you stick with lead generation as a way to monetize. But I'm a very big fan of becoming a specialist, and that's kind of what I'm hanging my hat on now, is doing lead generation for construction companies. All right, Jeremy, how much of your traffic on your prominent money sites is generated from social signals, as a rough guess? Oh, the signal themselves is I assume what you're referring to, and I just want to be clear and make it clear for people who might be listening and not following exactly what I say. I do quite a bit of work to rank social profiles as well as my money sites. So on any given day, I might have somebody find a snippet of an article that gets tweeted out or is on Facebook or someplace like that, and actually ranks for some crazy weird search term. Somebody finds that article, wants to read more, and then comes to my money site. So that would be traffic generated from a social signal, as far as I'm concerned. And I would say it's probably somewhere on the order of 15 to 25%. That's a guess. I don't have analytic data to back that up, Jeremy, but looking at the search numbers and the increases I tend to get when I start to add good social into it, I would say that's kind of about where it comes in, Jeremy. Different niches probably would work differently. You know, there's not a lot of social activity about construction. You know, if I was trying to sell some kind of, you know, apparel or music or something like that, it might be considerably more. All right, George, good to get here. When we go to build out our city SEO site, should we build it out with vSilo and then convert to content more tailored? You can. That would be probably the quickest way to get a website built and content on it and start to get those pages indexed and potentially ranking. But then, yeah, you'll want to switch out the videos and the scraped content for stuff that is more appropriate for your actual company. Because what you'll likely wind up scraping are other people's marketing videos. You know, when that Silo plugin goes out and looks at YouTube for those keywords, it'll probably pull other companies' stuff, and you don't want their stuff on your website in that fashion. All right, TDL. To straighten out my idea about PBN, say I have acquired a number of domains which I group them for use to rank separately on separate money sites. The network itself does not have a URL like a website does. It exists in our book only. Is that a correct description of a PBN? Yeah. So you've got your money site, TDL, and then you've got, you just call it maybe 5 other sites in your network. Those each have their own URL. But the only thing that really connects them is the link going from your PBN site to your money site, and then your knowledge of, you know, the records that we keep of the fact that all 5 of those PBN sites have links that go back to your money site. And the way we keep that secret, we don't keep it secret from Google. Google will find those links. We want them to find those links. But we do keep it secret from the link aggregators, like Microsite Masters or Ahrefs. And we use something called Spider Spanker to do that. So yeah, that's an accurate depiction. I just wanted to kind of flesh out a little bit more information on it. But yes. All right, George SF, for all sites, PBN and money, do you turn off comments, and how does that impact the vSilo? The vSilo comments are going to get scraped from YouTube. So it has nothing to do with vSilo when you get that turned. When you build the silos in vSilo, when you add the keywords to it, it will go out and scrape and pull the content and stick it on your website. And then that will be done. It will still be, you know, optimizing the menus, but it does not continue to go grab new content to keep your comments on those videos fresh, George. Okay, Joshua, what software did you use for the directory site? I just used WordPress, Joshua, and I built it out as a silo site and had a few different construction niches, and then just got clients that wanted to pay some money to get on pages that were ranked for their services. All right, Paul F. Regarding Day Job Killer, I wanted to start out pretty local. I am thinking that to avoid screwing myself and customers, would have to limit to 1 doctor, lawyer, Indian chief per city, right? Yeah, potentially, Paul. That's kind of along the lines of what I was getting into, you know, following up on Janet's question, where, you know, it's an ethics question, a business ethics question. You know, if you're taking money from 2 different companies who both work in the same niche to provide the same potentially one ranking, then it's going to just kind of create a weird situation where people are going to want to wonder about how much attention you actually give them compared to the competitor that you're taking money from as well. So to fix that, I tend to be very well, like I said, my inclination is just to move toward lead generation. People pay for the lead, they get the lead. They don't. SEO is my tool to get them the lead. But if you want to go the route of just providing SEO services for people, I would tend to be very strict in defining what search terms you're going to go after for the amount of money that you're going to charge. And in that way, if they say, well, you're ranking this other lawyer here for accident attorney, and I wanted that. Well, if it wasn't in the agreement that you guys originally had, then they don't really have any basis to stand on. Whereas if it's just, hey, I'm going to rank you for a bunch of really valuable attorney keywords, and you pick up 2 attorneys, that would create a situation where it's just, kind of, probably don't want to get into it. So if you want to go just a straight SEO route, I would either just get one doctor or lawyer or whoever in that city, or I would be very precise in talking about and discussing the keywords that you're going to go after. Michael R., I've seen, oops, I like this. I've seen sites where you have to like the site before you get access to the content. Is this a plugin, or do you know how this is done? I know what you're talking about, Michael. I actually ran into a site like that the other day. It was like a news site. I'm sure there is a plugin that does it. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. If somebody else here is aware of that, type it in. That would be some good information to have. Otherwise, when we get to the kind of breakout, if I do a little over the shoulder or something, maybe we'll do a quick search for it. That would be kind of a cool little conversion list building plugin that we could use. All right, Gordon, in Greg's last webinar, he suggested that his main focus is more affiliate as opposed to sales leads. Is this also the same area where you prefer to do business? No, it's actually the opposite. I would love to move more toward what Greg's talking about doing, like affiliate stuff. With local client, I will say that it's easier to become more lucrative quicker. It's not that challenging to get up to $20,000 or $30,000 a month with local client consulting. But if you do, and in order to get to that level and stay there, it becomes a business. And I'm not saying it's not still a one-man business, the whole OMG aspect of it, but it does take probably much more planning and diligence to keep up with not only what you need to do SEO-wise and conversion-wise, but to keep up with the client expectations. So because of that, I have a feeling, and this is not confirmed because I've not gone this route yet, that scaling an affiliate business to an even higher degree is probably a much simpler thing to do than trying to scale a local client consulting business to $50,000 a month plus. It gets kind of out of hand, and that's another reason why I focus kind of on the lead generation thing. I don't have clients; I have customers. Customers buy something from me, and then I give them that thing. I deliver it to them. With SEO, you've got a client. You've got you've got strategy. You've got expectations. You've got a whole bunch of other things. So that's kind of the way I've blended those two models to be able to scale to kind of where I am and still keep some sanity and not really worry too much about letting clients down in that regard. So that's just my perspective on it. Greg has his own, and I think it's probably very valid as well. Janet, you've mentioned a few times about how lately that you have been building lead gen sites for your clients. Can you please elaborate on this strategy? Yeah, essentially it's the same stuff that I talked about in the 60-day day job killer series, Janet. Essentially what I do is I build out EMDs or branded partial match domains and get content on them, get them ranking, and put a phone number, a tracking phone number on them. And when somebody calls that tracking number, it goes directly to a business, and when that phone rings, I get paid. I actually, the screen share that you guys see on my coaching sessions here, I've got an email notification that pops up in the window, and just since we started our session, I've got 4 email notifications that a lead was generated. So, you know, those leads, the numbers that were ringing were $45 a piece. So, you know, from the time that we started this coaching session, I've made $160 generating leads, and that's how that's done. You know, I pre-bill for leads, meaning if a customer wants to get 10 leads, they pay for 10 up front, and when they get that 10th lead, I rebill them, and they need to. Interesting. I just had a call come in. Anyway, when they use up those leads, I go ahead and rebill, and when they pay them, the flow doesn't stop, really. That's kind of how that model's set up. And it's worked very well for me. It's the one that I recommend to people who are looking to do what I've done, because it's been pretty straightforward and easy. It's easy to sell too. TDL, hi Fletch, what is a redirect? I have heard it mentioned in the tutorial video. So a redirect, there's a couple different codes that are HTML codes that you can put into the code on your site that essentially when a visitor or a bot or whatever comes onto your page or your site, they read that code and it means something. So like a 301 redirect means like this page has permanently moved to this other location. So if you use a 301 redirect code, when somebody comes to that page, your browser automatically knows, oh, we're not stopping here. We're going to go ahead and go on to the next point that this 301 is pointing me toward. And so it's a way to not only get the visitor to go to a new page, but also to move link juice around. So some people use 301 redirects, and they're actually used for a couple different purposes, to kind of shape or direct link juice, similar to a link, but it works a little differently. And then there are 2 different kinds that I'm aware of. One's a 301 and another is a 410. A 410 means this page no longer exists, and then it essentially kind of defeats some of the beneficial aspects of using a 301, but there are reasons why you'd use a 410 as well. So hopefully that makes sense. It's a little techy, and I'm by no means a programmer, so I may be using some of the wrong terminology, but hopefully you get the gist of it and what they're used for kind of sometimes. All right, Michael R., when you talk about curated content, how does Google recognize that something is a citation and not duplicate content? Duplicate content is not as much the bane of existence as many people have made it out to be. Whenever I do curation, Michael, though, I always cite. So if it does come under human review, or even look at, oh, there's actually a link going back to this, where this content comes from. A lot of times I'll do that. You know, I'm not as stingy with link juice as somebody who were only worried about SEO would likely be. And in so doing, I also believe that Google will look at my site more favorably because I'm not a black hole. I have outbound links. That's one of the reasons we build these outbound authority links. So when I curate content, easiest way to do that is to go to an authority site that I might want to link out to anyway and grab some content from them, because I'm going to use their content as well as that link back out to show Google that, hey, I've got great content, I'm citing the source of it, I'm not a black hole for links or for traffic or for link juice or anything like that, and I've got then great content to work with. So that's the way I do that and approach it. All right, Paul F., can you show us Owens Corning curation example as displayed on your site? Yeah, it's actually, well, I've shared one of my construction sites. This was one of the branded sites that I actually had up and going when I joined OMG, and I really haven't done anything with it since then. This is, yeah, I got, you know, my authorship on it. It's still got drop-down menus. Like I said, there's a lot of things about this site that still don't have anything really good in the way of SEO factors. But you know, this is an easy. This is curation. This is grabbing a video that Owens Corning did and commenting on it. You know, I talk about it right here. So You know, video curation is an easy thing to do too. You don't have to just use you know, text-based content to do that kind of thing. So it's weird looking at this site. I haven't been on this page for a long time. Like all these pictures and stuff were ones I took, so kind of wild. Anyway, hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. Where are we here? Okay, yeah, so hopefully that helps you out, Paul. If you got any more questions, let me know. Philip, I have a question for you, but it's rather long. Chat box, I emailed. Oh, yeah, I saw that come through, Philip. I'll check it out when I get a chance. Fletcher, are you suggesting that the specialty niche would be more keyword accessible and actually make more ROI? I've done well with it, Gordon. You know, everybody's able to monetize things differently. You know, what I can charge for something might be different than what you could charge for the exact same thing because of my framing and perspective and all that kind of thing. So, you know, my approach to this niche within construction is that I am a general contractor. I have, you know, 15 years of experience off and on in construction. I know how to talk about the business metrics because I ran a business right into the ground, so much so that I know what the important things are. And those are now the things that I provide, which are fresh leads coming in from a reliable source at a price that you can make a profit with. So, all right, Philip's talking to George. Oh yeah, he's talking about the comments on video silo, Indian chief per tribe per city. Yeah. Gordon says, I have little to none experience with building a website. WordPress seems to dominate the preferred choice. Is there some training or other sources that I can access to start the website learning? Yeah, Chow, or Gordon, if somebody hasn't posted a comment, we actually have great training on building a website. And I can't remember exactly where it is. Website supremacy, monetization, money getting. I think it's in this background training session. Mike does a bunch with building out a website, making it look good, all that kind of thing. And then I know Mike Hayden and Clinton Dixon just came out with something. It's outside of Project X, but they're Project Xers, depending on how much extra resources you want on web design. It's something I really don't get into that much. You know, that site I just showed you is just Catalyst dynamic with a skin on it. I don't even think I changed any color combinations. So you can do a lot without putting a ton of time into it. All right, using attorneys for a conflict of interest example. Talk about sticking your head in the lion's mouth. Yeah. Josh just says great info on directory site, helped a lot. Oh, good to know. Yeah. You know, just a thought I had. So sometimes just getting some different perspective on things helps out. George SF Michael R. Those programs are called gatekeepers, dubious if permissible on Facebook. I'm not sure what that was referring to. I may have missed something there. Redirect can be used to read device used and switch to another site. Yeah, that's another good example. That's what will push you over to a mobile version of a site. Bob L., when you use outbound links, do you have them open on a new page? Yeah, a lot of times I do. What that'll do is keep your page open, and you may wind up with the person either coming back to you after they go over there and check it out and realize it's nothing for them, or at the very least you'll get you won't have a bounce rate on it. It'll kind of show if somebody kind of clicked through and stayed on your site longer with time on site, I believe. TDL, hi Fletch, question about unique IP address. My PBN sites all have unique IP addresses, while all my money sites are hosted by HostGator. Will this be a footprint problem? Let me think about it real quick. My initial inclination is to say yeah. And I think that's right. Yeah, TDL, I would get those money sites on some different IP addresses as well. That's always been our best practice, but I was just thinking about what it really looks like to Google. And what you've got is a situation where even if you have 20 different money sites, if those 20 different money sites are all pointing to the same IP address, it's going to look a little bit weird, you know, especially if you've got like 6 or 7 money sites or more. It's going to start to create a pattern that's going to show up and be pretty easy to distinguish. So I would move toward getting your money sites onto separate IP addresses. All right, TJ, I'm in a city where another NHBer has a successful niche site in a professional market I would like to be in. I did some research into other cities to stay clear before finding out they were specializing in the market. You will likely be working in the other cities or states as well. And there may be a continuation on that. I don't want to step on toes and have not talked to him yet. Ideas, perspective. It's kind of a tricky one, TJ. It kind of depends. Depends on your, I guess, your personality, which I know a little bit. You know, the thing with where we are, there's a lot of real estate, and if you are just looking for something to go in that doesn't mean much to you, you know, it's probably not the easiest situation to go head-to-head with another NHBer, and it might also not be the best, you know, situation to kind of go head-to-head with each other just for the sake of the amount of resources that each of you would need to expend to win, or whatever it might be. Within each of those, talking about the niche you're in there, TJ, depending on how specific it is, if it's a really broad niche, if it's, you know, like professional services that you're, you know, interested in or something like that, really general, you know, you could also specialize and go after specialized keywords. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's kind of interesting because with me now coaching and training and offering a lot of like examples for things that I've done, you know, it becomes kind of a target, but then also kind of a just something that spawns ideas, but then it also potentially creates competition for myself. So I understand where you're coming from, but I guess there's no real simple answer or easy answer. I wish I had one for you. You know, with being able to specialize in a certain industry, if you're going after accident attorneys or, you know, mesothelioma lawsuits or something like that, yeah, you can become a specialist and become very high priced for it. It's kind of what I've done with construction. But even within construction in Phoenix, you know, there's room for you know 10 other SEOs to do what I do in the construction niche, just in Phoenix. The markets are pretty sizable. I'm not sure exactly how big the market is you're talking about, but I wouldn't necessarily let it dissuade me from going into it, and I wouldn't also say that it requires you to talk to them about going into it, but I think either way you go, you're going to be all right. You're definitely, you know, above the boards on ethics and everything else too, so I wouldn't beat yourself up too much thinking about the best strategy to take. If you want to go into it and it's something you care about, I think that's what you need to pour yourself into, because at the end of the day, your marketing will reflect your passion and your knowledge and your interest in helping people. And the SEO is one thing, but the marketing is going to carry the rest of it. And getting involved with industries or niches or topics that you guys really care about is the easiest way to become profitable. If you do the right SEO, you're going to stand head and shoulders above everybody else in your industry. So that's just kind of my 2 cents on that. Graham, thanks for being on again. Always glad to have you. Okay, Nathan B., my first client's a good friend. I was going to brand the lead gen site with his logo, but the domain name and hosting is mine. Okay. My thought was that this enables me to rebrand the site if he changes his business. Thoughts? Yeah, totally acceptable and perfectly fine. And I do that sometimes for some of my sites and some of the clients that I have. I may, and very often do, put the actual business name or somehow mention it on the lead gen site, even if it's mine and even if it's kind of generically branded or logoed, what it does is sometimes adds a little less confusion for somebody calling. You know, if they're calling, you know, XYZ Plumbing, you know, .com, and somebody picks up and they say, you know, B&J All-American Plumbers, there's going to be a little bit of confusion and a little bit of hesitance in the caller's mind, which is going to lead to a lower conversion rate. And so I try to do as much as I can to keep as much value in those leads as possible. And sometimes that can be improved by putting some kind of branding or logo or at least identification on who the person's going to call if they pick up the phone and call. So I think you're on a good track in thinking that way. I think that was Nathan. Nathan, yeah, I think that's a good track to be on there, Nathan. And I do that, and I still would continue to do that in the future. Gordon, if you dominate the plumbing sector and rent the site or sites in that niche, do you not have a type of control within that sector? Also, you can charge a premium for the website properties. Is this a crazy or feasible idea? Absolutely, it's a great idea. And a strategy very similar to kind of what I do within some of the niches I'm in. You know, I have, for the keywords that are most valuable, I've got a deadlock on most of the first page of the big, high dollar, high converting, low traffic keywords. And what happens as often as not is that people will rank for an industry. They rank all day long for like Denver plumber. But there might be a keyword that is so much easier to monetize and might be worth more money than somebody who's just looking for a plumber. That might be unthawing pipes or something. I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now, just because plumbing is not something I do much with. But like solar water heater lead, infinitely easier to convert on, worth $7,000, and there's less traffic for it. But if you own the first page for solar water heater, those properties are probably worth more than a site that's ranked #1 for Denver plumber. Quite frankly, on a weekly basis, and it's easier. It's an easier business model to keep up with. You can have a plumber that only does one thing. It can be 2 people, and they can, you know, do $100,000 a week worth of solar water heater installs. So I would definitely continue to think along those lines, Gordon, because you're definitely onto something there. Yeah. Okay, Michael R., your lead generation strategy depends on phone tracking software. I have not found one that works in Germany. Yeah. There are some other things. Hang on a second. Perhaps due to the weird telephone protection laws, is there an alternative that you know of? There was a discussion I just saw recently because that same situation actually exists in Australia. We have, as you probably know, quite a few people who work in Australia and have that same issue. Oh man, off the top of my head, I don't know of anything, Michael. I wish I did, but I have a couple resources that I can't really talk about right now, but I'll ask them and see if they know of anything. They specifically do lead generation in Europe and other, both Eastern and Western Europe both. So I'll see what their ideas on it are, and there may be a different model that does not require phone tracking, and if there is, I'll try to flesh that out and see if I can relate that to you. Otherwise, though, off the top of my head, I don't know of a phone tracking solution that works there. All right, to TBL. Yeah, talking about IP addresses. Okay, Michael K. How long does it take for Google to recognize that a link on your YouTube description or a Web2 property to help improve the ranking of authority on your money site? With something on YouTube, it's going to be almost immediately, Michael. It's going to show up. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to show up in microsite masters or even Ahrefs, but Google crawls YouTube constantly. So if you get, if you post a video and hit it with some links or get some people to watch it, it's going to get crawled immediately, and that link is going to be counted. Now, it's a no-follow link. but that's hazy at best. You're going to get credit for it very quickly if it's coming from YouTube. So, right, Michael K. I have found so many domains that have a mid-range PR 3 to 4, but have no backlinks, or 1 to 2 lower PR backlinks according to Open Site Explorer. How is that possible? Afraid to bid on those. Yeah, a lot of those situations I've come across recently. I haven't done any searching this last week for PBNs, but the month leading up to that, I was kind of on a little bit of a buying frenzy or something, maybe. I don't know. I found a lot of sites that had some numbers that weren't really adding up, which to me means that there's some stuff going on with the site that I don't understand, meaning that they've got a bunch of weird links going to subdomains, or it was an old money site that they're letting go and it's still being credited for having decent PR, but hasn't been updated or refreshed, and those links that were pointing to it are not going to be there when I buy it. So more often than not, that's what happened. You know, if I think I've probably got 300 or 400 sites purchased, like I'm talking just domain names. Many of those I'll probably let go after this first year, you know, because there's things that I bought them, you know, based on some hunch or some idea I had, and I'm not going to build them out. So I might let those go back into the pool. But if those had been monetized money sites, when they rolled around into Microsite Masters still might have a database that was 4 months old, and you're getting information based on what that site looked like 4 months ago. And unless you go through and actually look at the links and all that kind of thing, they're not going to be there. Now, PR is a little different because PR actually is not something that Microsite Masters calculates. It's something based on a toolbar. It comes from Google. So depending on how often Google updates their toolbar PR, that's when Microsite Masters will say, oh, now it's a PR3. So the situation could exist where a site has 100 links going to it that has built up its domain authority and page authority and PR. Okay? Then that guy lets that site go, takes all those links away, and points them somewhere else. Microsite Masters goes and crawls that site again, sees, oh, it doesn't really have any links now. But Google's still saying it has a PR3 because it hasn't upgraded or updated its toolbar PR. So it's going to show you that that site has a PR3 but no backlinks. So that's one possible scenario there. That's kind of long-winded, but it did give me the chance to kind of talk about DA and PA and PR, which are kind of important things to keep on the front of our minds when we're doing SEO. All right, Phillips. Got a response to Michael R. I live in Schweiz. I checked out going into Germany. I believe I found someone that does tracking, but I didn't follow up because for me, Deutsch is a second language. Keep looking a bit longer. If I find something, I'll tell you. Okay. Mike Gordon's asking, do you mind giving an overview of how or what you need to check on a competitor's site to get the SEO info to use to your advantage? Oh yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Let me catch up with a few of these questions, then I'll go over and do a little competition research for you, Gordon. Nathan B, contact us form on Legion's site. Does this compete with the call to action to call the phone number? Maybe the contact form is for free bonus report. Thoughts? Yeah, Nathan, I've got a couple sites that, again, because I own them, I can kind of do what I want with them. So I've actually got a phone number that goes to a local company that will pick up the phone and answer it and come out and do a service call immediately. For people who want to maybe not call and just submit the order form or the contact us form, that will actually go to a different company. It will go to like a CPA offer that might, you know, there might be some benefit to me for that to go there to them, or for me to do list building. You know, if I want to send them a free report, they want to do a, submit some info to me, I'm more than happy to do that before they call. So yeah, that's another bonus or benefit to owning your own properties and not having somebody pay you directly for that website. you can do with it whatever you like. You can have 18 different offers on it. You can have 10 different phone numbers and have them all go to different companies and just have somebody roll the dice on who they call. I don't think that'll convert very well, but I think you get the idea. You're more than welcome to do any of those things, especially if you own sites and you have, you know, maybe a few different goals. Not only generate leads and get paid for it, but maybe build a list, maybe do some other things. That's something I'm going to be looking more and more into, is the ability to build a list with these lead generation sites. So when I learn some more about it, I'll definitely be reporting it to the group. And but it's something, like I said, this will probably be a month or two in the making to figure that out. So, all right. Yeah, SF George is talking about the Wayback Machine in archive.org. Yeah, it's a way to look at sites in historic condition, what they were like a year ago or 2 years ago or something like that. Right, TJ, look at David Hood's recent series. I'm halfway through, and it has good info that you're looking for, as well as Fletch's answer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I haven't seen that yet, but I know David pretty well, and I have a feeling that's really great information. Oh, Josh just said he just lost on an auction. 276 for OpenInternetCoalition.com. Could have been. All right, Steven. I've got a site on the first page for search term Detroit UI attorney. The main guy has an SEO company doing his stuff. How tough will it be to outrank him? I looked at HREFs and looks like a ton of links. All right, well, let's... Oh, Michael's telling me my answer wasn't long-winded. Okay, good. Let's go over and do a little research, over-the-shoulder research here. First thing we're going to do, though, is it Chow? Talking about competition? Gordon Chow? Yeah. So we're going to put both of these questions together because they both actually are the same question. We're just going to focus on this search term. Okay? Wow! That's some new stuff here. All right, so I'm going to grab this. I'm going to go over to a new tab. All right. So Michigan Criminal Attorney. Let's assume that this is the site that we are looking at. I'm going to grab this URL. For stuff like this, I look at both HREFs and at microsite masters. If you only have one, totally can use just one. Not a big deal. But yeah, I'm logged in, so we should be good. Let's see what we have coming up here. So we got 214 backlinks. They've lost a lot of pages here recently. Something happened. They went from 160 pages down to 140, give or take. So 10% of their links or the referring pages just went away. Doing lost backlinks. Looks like a lot of their SEO has been occurring recently, since February. These are all these new links that show up here. They've also lost an equal amount, which probably means that these links are not high quality. I think this was Stephen. Looks like a lot of their links are coming from UK, which doesn't make a ton of sense, SEO-wise. Anchor text, they got a bunch of branded, pretty good. Yeah, so everything here looks reasonable, right? But I'm going to also go over to microsite masters because, like I said, I just, whoops, help me out here. I can keep track of what I'm doing. I've used OpenSite Explorer so much more than I have used Ahrefs that I'm just more comfortable with it, and I can navigate it better, keep track of what I'm looking at. So we're going to check it out here. Okay, so that's the regular version. Essentially what we're doing is we're treating this like an expired domain. We're going to see how good the links are. So each of these have, yeah, so this is the one that they're saying is the, whoops, just click the button. So we'll just leave it at this. We're going to group these by domain and filter them. Now what you'll notice here, so microsite masters or Open Site Explorer here says that this site has 36 links. Hrefs says it has 214 links. It also says that there are 62 referring domains. Open Site Explorer says there are 7. Now, which one's right? Probably neither one. But of the two, Open Site Explorer tends to show the higher quality links. Even though they show less, they'll show the ones that are of higher quality. And that's really what we want to focus on when we're doing competition research, because those are the kind of links we add. So what we want to do is to check this out and see where their links are coming from. Where can I buy Jordans? Looks like a money site or a PBN site. I can think of very little reason for a link to a DUI attorney on a site like this. I'll open it up, but it opens up in a new window and it's hard to kind of track with the screen share. I'll do that in a second though. SEO for attorneys, lawyers, and other legal professions. So this is probably their SEO company. They've got a Newswire link. It's coming in from, you know, a decent domain authority. These are okay links, but they're not great. You can get PBN sites this powerful easily. You can get PBN sites more powerful than either of these. And then the other thing that you want to look at, Stephen and Gordon both, are your anchor text. Okay? So the keyword that we're going for here, Detroit DUI attorney, all right? They don't have any anchor text that talks about Detroit DUI attorney. Oh yeah, they do. Sorry. The one coming from Jordan's. One link that has that as an anchor text. Okay? That's showing up here. Now there might be some more, again, probably on lower quality sites that show up in Hrefs. But this site might have a lot of great on-site stuff. You know, it's got maybe, you know, it looks like it's got quite a bit of great content on site. You know, they've got some people doing branding for them, and really, you know, he's definitely put himself out there in the news. You know, he's got some good stuff to lean on here. But as far as SEO, just straight up SEO goes, not great. And not great for that keyword. Now, if you were going to try to outrank him for his name, I think you'd probably have a hard time. You know, it looked like most of his branding keywords had to do with, you know, Barton Morris. You know, he's likely renting this site from somebody. Now, the other thing we want to look at is, see the domain authority and the page authority up here? If these numbers were like 50 and 60 or 40 and 50, and it's only showing this many links, then they've got a PBN working for them, because those links are not showing up. Anything that, whatever's making this site as powerful as it would have been, are not showing up in these 7 root domains. So, but this is not a powerful site. You know, it's just ranking well for that. So, Stephen, I think you would be able to go after that and knock them out, especially if you've got a good PBN working for you, and you're patient with your link building and strategic about the combination of terms that you use for your anchor text and things like that. Hopefully that helps. I know we get a lot of questions. We get questions about this almost every session, so I'm more than happy to do things like this, guys. And I think it's probably one of the more valuable things we can do during these office hours, in conjunction with just answering questions. Where did my coaching session go? Here we go. All right. Let's go catch up with the questions again. All right, Philip, big question about recent auction. Saw a site with domain authority 30, PR4, but not many backlinks. It did have 1,300 Facebook likes and shares. Okay. Those things are good, but I don't know that we can directly correlate SEO ranking ability with these social metrics yet, Philip. I don't think we have any proof of that I know of. In light of social emphasis in the big G, do you think that Facebook stuff gave mucho authority to that site? Interesting in my opinion, because Facebook likes are close to everlasting, unlike many types of backlinks. Yeah, could. It could have helped some, but again, I don't think that Facebook likes are something we can use to drive domain authority. I've not been provided any evidence of that. Doesn't mean it's not accurate, or that you might surmise something that I just have not seen proof of yet. But again, we like to really try to teach by things that we know work. Doesn't mean that you can't have some other things of that we may not have proven, but as far as following kind of other avenues to build domain authority, until you're going really well, I wouldn't stress that at all, Philip. Okay, Michael K. George SF, thanks. Actually started using that this week to see what they were selling before on the site, especially with odd domain names. Oh yeah, talking about the Wayback Machine and archive.org. Okay, Artie, when trying to rank some long-tail keywords, etc., most of the sites are authority sites. Is it possible to rank higher? Which kind of keywords should I target? In a situation like that, Artie, depends on what keywords you're going after, how difficult it's going to be for you to outrank that authority site. If you're going after a keyword that they actually have within their URL structure, you're probably going to have a lot more difficulty than you would if you're going after just a longer tail keyword that they may be ranking for by default. The other thing that you're going to have to look at is what the anchor text percentages are going to that site. They may not have any links at all with the keyword anchor text that you want to go after. They may not have it in the URL structure, but Google doesn't have any other options that they think are good sites that they can say, hey, check this out, searcher. This site has what you want, has an answer to your problem, has a solution to your question, or whatever it might be. So it kind of depends on the situation. Just because it's a big authority site and it's ranking #1 does not mean you can't knock it out. But it also can mean it would be challenging too. Just depends. Okay, Paul F. Over the shoulder example, golden fletch. Thanks. What is the domain authority we shoot for with a strong PBN again? Paul, I have done searches all the way down to 20 as far as a filter, and found sites that I consider good. Again, I go after niches and keyword combinations that are typically on the low end of competition, but certainly at 25 domain authority, you should be able to find sites that are definitely worth using as a PBN. Okay, Michael R. Fletch, I would like to outrank a site that has 32,000 links, but only one of the PR4 and 2 PR3s, and the rest are spammy, form comments and all that kind of thing. How difficult do you think this would be? Would a handful of high-quality PR4 5 links do it? Very well could, Michael. There was a site like that actually in my well, I'll say in my niche, for that example site that I showed you, that you and the rest of the group, the spinal decompression Phoenix example. Actually, here, I'm going to do something here. I hope I can get back. We're kind of getting to the end of things, but I'm going to open up another link research tool that I have. It essentially just makes use of the Google keyword tool, but what we'll be able to do with it is show you why it depends is probably the most accurate answer to almost any SEO question. And it's certainly not a cop-out. It just it depends on several things. So, oops. Having to update the software. I haven't opened it for a little while. I haven't done any new keyword research for a little bit. Okay. I've actually got a project here that will illustrate what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can answer a couple more questions, and then I will do a different screen share over to that software that I'm talking about. And this will answer your question, Michael, or at least let you understand the way I look at it and some of the things that come into play that you'll need to think about. Okay, Vince, footer link question on footer menu to other pages for a client site. He wants the footer menu. Okay, I'm sending only a couple PBN links, and the rest is local SEO stuff. Okay, any issues with that? Should I recommend not doing a footer menu for SEO purposes? Yeah, my understanding of links and footers are that they don't carry a lot of power or value. So as long as they're not doing anything weird and really confusing Google as far as how they're linking and what they're saying are related to one another, I don't think that would be a problem. If they just don't want any navigation up top, if that's the issue, I still might be inclined to try to put the menu in the body, but down toward the bottom, as opposed to directly in the footer. I just don't think that Google would look at a footer menu as something that was very easy to navigate, and Google likes to send people to sites that are easy to navigate. So I would just think about it. I don't have a direct answer for you because I've never done that. But I know there's been some discussion about the value of footer links recently, Vince, and it sounds like all they're worried about is just wanting to have the menu down there, which I don't think would be a problem. I can't see any reason that that would be an issue, other than the fact that I know Google likes for people to have a very easy time of using a site, and they like to see that menu. And then Josh was asking about doing a kind of review on that site. Yeah, Josh, I'll get to that. Let me kind of show you guys what I'm talking about here real quick, and I hope this works. Sometimes when I change up my screen share, it doesn't let me get back, but I think Google has edited their software to a degree. Okay, so what we're looking at here is a review of the top 10 websites that show up for the keyword spinal decompression Phoenix. Okay, in position 1 here is my website, and it has no links to the page, none to the domain. It's got good factors in my on page. Okay, it does have some social stuff going to it, but not much. And these are not like links that have been masked. I don't have any links going to this at all, so this is accurate. It's a year old. Okay, now this site right here has 4,209 links going back to the domain. All right, but I'm still ranked ahead of it for this keyword. Now the reason is because for this keyword I have much better on-page factors, and I have no confusion as to what my site is about, meaning that all of my articles support the fact that my site is about spinal decompression in the Phoenix metro area. As you can see here, this particular site's PR web, right? 24 million links going back to the domain. Okay. Again, to the page, this guy is actually probably ranked here. Oh, I actually know who this is. He's got 4 links going directly to the page, and this page is has the search term spinal decompression in it. So that's why he's ranked at number 2, and it's a 3-year-old site. So just taking into consideration how many links are going to a site doesn't always tell you who's going to rank number 1 for a term. Now, traffic this PR website's going to get blows mine away, right? This site, you know, they may get way more traffic than I do. But for this particular search term, which is valuable and was the search term I was going after, I rank number 1. And it's because it has nothing to do with the volume of links. It has to do with the quality of that site showing up in Google. So, all right, let's see if we can get back over and get to the browser window we were on, which I think is this one. Look at that. It's actually working today. So, copy that, Joshter, and we're going to put it in Open Site Explorer here in a second. I think there's another question I wanted to get to before the end of the session here. See what comes up. All right, so it's going to be on the www version. We're going to go back over to inbound links. Okay. All right, Vince. A couple of my clients have decent PR, and my SEO competition does have many footer links back to their SEO web design sites. Should I use footer links for my clients' sites back to my city SEO sites or not? I would not, Vince. I don't think that you want to create quite that much of a footprint that's that easy to find. You will get some stuff, some good stuff there, but I don't know if it's worth it, quite frankly. Especially considering what I've heard recently about the amount of link juice that's passed in a footer link. Okay, Janet, that was really valuable to hear an example of some signs that may show a site is likely to be being powered by a PBN. There's signs we should look for. Well, we might look at one over here with this this example that we're going to check out that Josh just said was just on an auction that he did not win. The site wound up going for $276. We'll check it out here in a second, Josh. All right, thanks, Fletch, for the competition research. It was good. As you do this with your eyes closed, do you think at some point that we could have some type of PDF that could bullet point some basic info that we as newbies could use as a reference? I definitely would get into the there's a special Facebook group that's set up specifically for folks who are just getting involved with either SEO or online marketing that Mike has set up. I think he has some specific materials that kind of go along with that group. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't necessarily see any problem with that at all, Gordon, but I, again, do not make the decisions on that type of thing. We definitely rely on David making a lot of our decisions for the types of material and types of content and how we position it and frame it and teach it. So I'll run that idea by him and see if there's something like that that I'm just not aware of maybe already, or if that's something that we would think about maybe putting together and using as kind of a template. Again, one of the things that we really want to come at this from is not a position of you do these 7 steps and you're done, then you make your $1 million kind of thing. This definitely does take, you know, a little bit of imagination and forethought and putting some ideas together, but everything that you need to know, we teach. I'll put it that way. A lot of times we don't position it as a do this, then this, then this, then this type of thing, because there is a great deal more value into understanding the individual components, and then your mind puts those connections together, than there is in the flip side of it, which is just telling somebody. It's kind of like the, you know, give a person a fish or teach a person to fish analogy. But that being said, I'll kind of run that by the guys and see what fleshes out from it. Okay, Philip, would appreciate it if you get an email question tonight. Is it relevant to the next batch of work? Yeah, Philip, I'll try to check that right after the session here. I've got another hour after the session wraps, but I'll try to get some questions answered. And then excellent illustration regarding the value of page SEO versus links. Yeah, TJ, it's definitely the foundation. We get that foundation laid, and then as you probably guys could surmise, if I wanted to go after that site with links, I could probably dominate a lot of bigger terms just because the on-site is very good. But it would require a different on-site. If I wanted to go after the term chiropractor, my on-site's not set up to rank for chiropractor. It would be either a different site, or I'd have to bolt on a silo or something like that. Bob L., great example, spinal decompression. I've used Market Samurai, and I've always been confused about the variance in backlinks numbers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Market Samurai uses like Majestic SEO for their link data. So that's even a third example of the links that are going to show up, and they're going to be different again. But you can tell that, you know, 0 links compared to 4,000 links, pretty big difference. Vince, any additional news on Spider Spanker? Seems that some of the sites that a Spider installed are showing links still open site and others. Not any updates that I've heard of recently, Vince, other than that Moz started doing their things differently, and it picked up some of the links, and then the software got changed. Spider Spanker software got changed, and it's taken a while for the database to flush. But if you didn't update your software with new criteria on what to block, like the IP ranges that Amazon Web Servers is using, then it's still going to keep crawling and finding those links. So Michael K, Open Internet Coalition, has no PR, 7 referring domains, one of which is PR7, but no PR on the linking pages. No clue why it's that valuable. Hope you know. All right, we'll see. Couldn't find the info on how to join the newbies group on Facebook. David has indicated that he will put that info into the news feed, but I haven't seen it yet. Okay, Bob. Yeah, I know that Mike is the one who's kind of probably heading that up, but I don't know for sure. If David's going to get it in the news feed, I'm sure it'll show up there pretty quick. TDL, have you or anyone used software tool to transcribe the training videos into texts? If so, what do you recommend? Thanks. I am using a software currently called Dragon, but Dragon actually has got a kind of a weird glitch that I have not worked through. Every time I turn it back on, it asks me to recalibrate everything. The Dragon software requires you to speak very clearly and plainly, and I've got it set up to keep up with me, but everybody else who does training videos would need to calibrate it in the same fashion, and to also then speak properly or according to what's needed for the training videos. Moving forward, I am going to do my best to have transcriptions of my office hours and any new training videos that I do, but in kind of retroactively, it will be very challenging, if not impossible, to get transcriptions with that service to be very accurate. They'll pick up words, but it won't be very accurate. So, all right, Paul's got to jump out. Thanks for being on. Paul's got a couple more questions. Yeah, I'll look for those, Paul. Let's go over and check out what OpenSite Explorer looks like. So, yeah, I think what you guys were talking about on this site, right? If we look at the non-www version, we got 7 root domains, 54 links, okay? You guys always got to make sure to look at the other side. This site was built, and most of the links go to the www version, which has got 88 root domains and 200 links. Very easily can power this domain authority and page authority, okay? Now, if we do, I think these are already filtered by domain. I think I hit that already. Okay, so it's got a no-follow here from Google Doc. It's got a CNET from a page authority of 60, domain authority 97. It's got a Huffington Post with a page authority of 54, domain authority 98. This BBC, 5300. These are all really strong links. All the way down here, 45 and 95. This is 20 down. And this is still a link coming from a powerful site and powerful page. Now, I haven't opened these up. What I can do is, I'm going to do this in a different browser window. Like I've told you guys, I think that my Firefox is all bunked up, but I use Safari when I do this research. And it pulls it does a pretty good job of PR research. So the only thing I'm doing over here, I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm just posting these links into a different browser that will pull PR for me and tell me what those are. So these aren't a lot of really high PR links, it looks like. These first so I've got a 2, a 2, a 3. Nothing. Just kind of going through here real quick. This isn't, I know you guys aren't able to see anything, but I'm just seeing how much PR there is. Again, PR is secondary. Keep that in mind, even when we're doing a quick research on things. Oops. You know, PR is kind of just one of those really quick markers. So first thing we look at here, anchor text, these are all branded. This is anchor text you can work with, okay, as a money site even, potentially, because Open Internet Coalition is the actual domain, right? All these links, page authorities of 60s, 50s, ton in the 40s, okay, all high domain authority, and these are real, real sites. PBS.org, Spiegel, I think that's a catalog or something. I don't know. Cato is a political kind of group, I think. NBC News. This has a great link profile. Yeah, doesn't show up with a ton of PR, but this is a site that would be worth, in the $200, $300 range for sure, Joshua. Hopefully that helps you guys out. Sometimes it's not a real easy idea to figure out where the value is coming from. And sometimes the value can come from somebody not knowing what they're looking for, and they think they found a great site and they're paying a bunch more money than they need to. But a site like that is worth a couple $100 for sure. Okie dokie. Where were we here? All right, Paul F's taken off. Oops. Philip, I don't mind if you do my question on air. It's not private, just long. Didn't mean to imply. Oh yeah, no, Philip. Actually, probably easier off air. We're an hour and a half in, so I usually like to keep it about this length. It's about the right time of attention for people watching either live here or on the replays. So I will answer it offline. If it is in fact something I think is very valuable, though, I might talk to you about potentially sharing it next time we start our next coaching session, which will be on Tuesday. Okay. Bob L., thanks for today. Made a lot of notes. Oh, great. Great to hear, Bob. Thanks for being on. I always like to try to help out with things people are stuck on. Just join the beginners Facebook group. Friend Mike Long on Facebook and send him a message you'd like to join. Good to know, James. Thank you. Had a problem with Dragon. It appears when it doesn't recognize my USB microphone. Yeah, that's the same thing that's happening to me, Michael. I've got a couple of really nice mics that I use when I'm doing videos or these office hours, but when I'm just doing transcription and things, I don't have any of that set up if I'm off-site, if I'm out of my fancy office here at the house. So yeah, it evidently wants me to make different profiles depending on the mic I have plugged in. Mary, thanks for being on. Make sure you start as admin if it's Windows. Yeah, I don't use Windows, Josh. I'm a Mac guy. I've had enough issues wrestling that operating system over the years. Nathan B. Fletch, I read that the built-in YouTube closed captioning might be a way to get a transcript started, but you'll probably need to clean it up afterwards. Yeah. My experience with that, I assume it will continue to improve, has been that it's just horrible transcription. It does not have, it's about a 25% accuracy from what I can tell, Nathan. But again, that's not to say it won't improve, and I fully expect it to, but at the moment it's not a great option for me. Regarding Open Internet Coalition, many of those links are archival, lasting links versus ones that disappear. Another great point, and definitely worth noting, exactly what George is talking about. Those are links that are going to stick around for a while. Those are not transient, some weird kind of blog comment that's not going to be here in 3 weeks. So, yeah, definitely something else to pay attention to when you're doing research on that. TL, awesome. Thanks for being on, TJ. Thanks for being on. May all your chili be verde. Green chili's good, man. Michael K, have a great day. Thanks, man. Vince, thank you. Thank you guys very much. I definitely appreciate this. Thanks for all you guys being on. YouTube transcripts are terrible. You have to basically do a rewrite. Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, Bob. All right, guys. We are going to wrap up. I'm going to stop the recording in the background. and then we'll stop the broadcast here as soon as that's done. Replay of this will be available if you missed anything, probably within the next 24 hours on the membership site. And aside from that, we have another scheduled coaching session with me on Tuesday. I'm sure that Greg and Mike both have one scheduled as well. But this week will probably be the standard times for me on Tuesday, Thursday, and again next Sunday. I do have some traveling off and on over the next couple weeks, so we might be adjusting my office hours schedule somewhat, but I will make sure to give you guys as much heads up as possible. Again, most of my notifications at the moment go out via Google+. So if you guys are using Google+ or not using Google+ yet, you might want to jump on there. It's the easiest way for me to notify people if there's something that comes up. Aside from that, guys, thanks again, and I will plan on seeing you guys all on Tuesday, hopefully, or if not, I'll catch up with you in the group. Take care, guys, and have a great Sunday. Bye. All right, I think we are live and ready to roll here. Gotta move some stuff around my desk real quick. We'll do a screen share. Give me a thumbs up. One if sound is good. I'll do a quick sound check on my end too before I mute my speaker, and then I'll get rolling on the questions. So it looks like we've got a good crew on already and some questions in the chat box here, so I'll get to those as quickly as I can here. All right, I think we are live and ready to roll here. All right, I'll get rid of that endless loop that will continue if I leave that on. Got a couple people with email issues getting into the session today, so I'm going to send them a quick email. See if we can get Paul on here. Whoops. It's not going to be the right place. Here we go. Okay. The only one I saw so far. I'll check back over my email a couple times probably in the next few minutes just to make sure that nobody gets stuck and is not able to access us. We are, where did we start today? All right, Mike, not be able to make the call today, but wanted to thank you for all that you were doing for us. Really appreciate it. Thanks again. Well, he's not on, but I absolutely appreciate those sentiments. So. Steve and Fletch have dynamic website builder for Genesis framework. Okay, which one should be activated in themes to get the Nashville SEO effect? You know what? I honestly am trying to remember. I'm going to check out Nashville SEO and see what they have going here. I'm not exactly sure what theme he's rocking. Yeah, so this is Catalyst Dynamic. This is Tuscan. Tuscan is the skin. So when we use Dynamic as the theme, it's actually a child theme. Dynamic runs underneath the parent theme of either Catalyst or of Genesis. Of the two, I right now prefer Genesis. It has a few features SEO-wise that I like better than Catalyst, but they both work excellent. And as you can tell by the fact that Nashville SEO ranks really, really well, this is on Genesis right now. When we install this theme or combination of themes, what we do is we install Catalyst or Genesis first, activate that. Then we install Dynamic and activate that. Now the version of Dynamic that runs on Catalyst is different than the version of Dynamic that runs on Genesis. So there's actually two different Dynamic child themes. I think if you buy them, you actually may have to buy one for each of the two different parent themes. So anyway, you install the parent theme, activate it, then you install the child theme, activate that, and then if you want to have like this look and feel, this is Tuscan, the Tuscan skin. I just know that kind of by experience. But what you do is then import those. It's kind of like a preset variable package, and that's what a skin is. Essentially, a skin goes in and sets the variables in dynamic to a certain set of features, which is what makes it look and feel the way it does. So the active theme, if you want this look and feel, will actually be dynamic, but it needs to be activated after you've activated the parent theme, which in this particular case is Catalyst. But you can achieve the exact same thing with Genesis as well. Hopefully that makes sense. I know it's a little convoluted and potentially confusing, but that's the way dynamic works, and I still use dynamic for most of the things I do if I need to do any customization at all, because it allows pretty much infinite customization without being a programmer, which I am definitely not. There are a lot of other child themes which run on Genesis as the parent theme that do not work or require the use of dynamic. And what those do is essentially have a more of a static feel. You don't have all the customization options that you do within dynamic. All right, there's that. Hopefully that makes sense for you, Stephen. Okay, where are we here? Okay, good old George SF. He's another possibility of the name. When we do Google authorship, do we do one for each money site? So if I create City SEO, I will have one. Let me go there. Oh, here we are. I'll have one for that and then one for makemoney.com type also. Yeah, for the most part, you can have Google authorship show up on multiple sites with the exact same profile with the same identity. If you do something like that, just think about what Google would probably look at as abuse of that system and try to stick to those lines. There's no reason why you would not be able to be a potential author or expert in the field of gold investing, as well as some other field of investing or real estate even possibly. But if you're trying to put authorship from your the relationship site, as well as maybe a fly fishing site and then another resort vacation site with the exact same identity, you're going to kind of cross things up. So again, I would liken this back to our idea of trying to make it easy for Google to understand what our site's about. I also try to incorporate the social aspects of that as well. So, oh, it looks like maybe we had somebody trying to get in. Anyway, I hope that makes sense in that regard. So you can actually have authorship from the same profile show up on more than one site. But with Google becoming more and more discretionary on whether it shows authorship or not, I would probably opt for trying to get one of the authorship profiles to show up as opposed to spreading yourself too thin. All right, let's see what this is. Looks like Jeff. Oh, he got in. Yeah, I was having the server this is on is bogging down a little bit today. A couple people were having trouble getting in, so if you are on, I guess you're on. You don't have issues, but if you're watching this on the replay and you attempt to get on a live session, I guess that potential exists at times. It's taken a while to respond. Where are we here? Mary's on. Very good to have you here. I'm doing well, Mary. I've been building websites feverishly today. Had a bunch of client sites I needed to get up and some other lead generation sites. So that's pretty much been my day so far. Okay, Shane, you have a minimum PA and DA level for expired domains that you would pay or that you would buy for a PBN. I know there are other factors, but just a baseline on those metrics. When I do my searches, Shane, within Register Compass, I'm going to go ahead and open that up because we've been kind of doing some over-the-shoulder stuff with PBN buying on my sessions leading up to this the last week or so. So I'll let that get loaded and I'll show you the parameters that I look for. They pretty much start with a domain authority of about 25. I usually don't have absolutes on PageRank or page authority as long as the domain authority is at that level. So, and you just, if you use register compass down here, you just type in greater than 25. If we were doing a GoDaddy, whoops, public domain, and that was expiring in the next 3 days or something like that, we want to make sure we have an indexed page, and then we'll go ahead and throw age being less than 2008. So we're turned pretty fast. 181 is a really manageable number to look at. So I'll go through those later, but that's kind of how I set those up. As far as page authority goes, I don't really have an absolute limit on that, Shane. Whatever is, as long as it looks reasonable, going along with the domain authority, which it almost always does. I'm actually having trouble thinking of a situation where that would not, where there would be something out of whack there. Mostly domain authority is what I'm looking at as far as a parameter that is going to be something I just don't look outside of, and 25 is a pretty good level for that. You could even go down to 20 if you want to, if you're just getting started, or you know that the sites you want to rank are going to be in a lower competition niche. You could go all the way down to 20, and I found decent sites between 20 and 25, so that might expand your ability to find some decent sites. Okay, and then a follow-up from Shane: would you consider getting your link on Craigslist helpful to rank? Even though you said probably repost every 30 days or so. I would not use it as something to get SEO juice from, Shane. Even though domain authority on Craigslist is pretty good, it turns over so fast. Those pages are so transient in nature that I don't think I would count on it as an SEO tactic. It doesn't mean it wouldn't be a great tactic to get leads or to do some other stuff with marketing, but I wouldn't rely on it or have it be an integral piece of my SEO. Yeah, we're live. I assume you probably caught up by now. We have a little bit of lag time, but okay. Oh yeah, that was the ones from sound being good. Okay, Carrie, in my humble opinion, classified ad sites are great places to get backlinks and help get things indexed. I don't use Craigslist, but there are many others with high PR. Yeah, and that's, I'm certainly not telling you guys things that, if there's something that does not work, I will definitely tell you that. If it's just my opinion, I usually frame it up that way too. Indexing is something you could definitely use Craigslist for, but as far as a backlink that's going to be in place for a long time and pass a lot of link juice, I would not rely on those types of sites. Okay. Oh, that was Paul. Yeah, I'm glad you got in, Paul. Mary, I purchased a domain from Money Site I want to build. It is a 1999 domain with a domain authority of over 50 and has keyword in the URL, but not the exact keyword I'm going after. It is, however, way over optimized with 97% of the anchor text being in the URL, or being the URL. Okay. So I took a gamble on a poor gamble. Can it be rehabilitated? When you say 97% of the anchor text being the URL, I would assume that you're talking about all the inner pages. If you just bought a domain name, you don't have to reuse those. So your anchor text percentage, I assume, is what you're talking about here, Mary. That depends on how many links there are. If it's something that you can continue to build some links and bring that percentage down, the fact that it's 1999, there's some other factors that come into play. So yes, it could be rehabilitated, and it might not actually take much. Usually when Google penalizes a site, they will penalize it for a block of keywords, and if your keyword is synonymous with what you're trying to rank for, you might actually kind of get hit with that, but it also might be worth it. So I would give it a shot. Sometimes those situations are so unique that it's hard to really give you a blanket answer that applies all the time. It would depend on several other factors, but it might be worth it for sure. Josh, I got StudioPress Genesis plus one child theme. I see Mike talk about dynamic website builder. Wondering, do you use that too? Okay, with StudioPress, Josh, and I use a lot of their themes.